Chapter 30, 788. Of course, if one looked closely, this thing looked similar to a small hedgehog. Wasn't it similar to those weird things that Xiaohua got from Kong Hongwu? Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly took out the other 5 things. When the 6 of them were put together, a layer of dark luster appeared. It looked very thick and mysterious. Needless to say, these 6 things must be the 6 cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons. Looking at the 6 cauldrons, Xiaohua's hand slightly trembled, and he almost threw them out of his hand. This was the fate of the 6 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, and it was actually in his hands. No one, not to mention anyone, even the immortal emperor, probably wouldn't have thought of this. Almost instantly, Xiaohua immediately sent the 6 cauldrons into the space. He had already decided that he wouldn't take them out unless it was a critical moment, and he wouldn't let anyone know. Damn it, if the Confucian cultivators knew about this, they would probably go crazy and pull out my tendons and skin me alive. That's not right. They should be looking for Kong Hongwu. This was all done by that guy. That's not right either. Kong Hongwu was the Hall Master of Star Lord Hall, a righteous Confucian cultivator. Why did he collect the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons in the hidden immortal continent? Isn't this destroying the fate of the Confucian cultivators for no reason? Xiaohua was really baffled. Many distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that I killed him by mistake? Is he a Taoist cultivator? While Xiaohua was thinking, Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew back. Xiaohua looked up and saw that the remaining 10% of the Dragon Vein was abnormally weak. At this moment, the Dragon Vein Songlongzi's cave was still able to move, but it was moving very slowly. Fellow Taoist, you have a good appetite. Xiaohua gave Dragon Vein Xiaohua a thumbs up and praised. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Taoist. If you have this opportunity in the future, you might as well call I out more often." Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. Zhang Che just said that the cauldrons of the 9 province cauldrons are invisible underground. Not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even immortals and Buddhas can't detect them. Can fellow Taoists see them? Of course I can't see them. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. It can't be. Even fellow Taoist can't see it? Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. I can't see, but I can sense it within 100 miles. Dragon Vein Xiaohua replied with a smile. Bailey, it's a bit far. Xiaohua sighed. The other 3 cauldrons must be in the other 3 prefectures. Each prefecture is more than 1,000,000 miles in size. 100 miles away is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders. Fellow Taoist is too impatient. Being able to sense it within 100 li is already very good. Oh, that's right. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. I was a bit too eager for quick success. Fellow Taoist, please go back and rest. We'll talk about this later." After sending Dragon Vein Xiaohua back, Xiaohua looked around again. Seeing that there were no other abnormalities, he prepared to return to Songlongzi's cave. However, looking at the cave that was like a mountain, Xiaohua really scratched his ears and cheeks. He didn't want to walk through the maze again. After thinking for a while, he took out the token from the legacy world. Unfortunately, the Seeing Cauldron didn't have any spiritual light now. It was no different from an ordinary small cauldron. Presumably, it couldn't be used again, let alone send Xiaohua back to the altar in Songlongzi's cave. Forget it. Xiaohua thought for a while and sighed. Senior Songlongzi must have entered the legacy world by chance and even comprehended Tao from the flying ants. As for whether he obtained the true blood of the demon clan, this is unknown. Since he left the altar undestroyed and even left a passage under the cloud bed, why should this Xiao go and destroy these things? Now that I have obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint, no matter how you look at it, I still received the favor of the demon clan. I can't repay kindness with enmity. After thinking, Xiaohua escaped from the ground and arrived above the Jade Mountains maze. Xiaohua had left the legacy realm, So he naturally wouldn't know that at a location at the extreme edge of the Legacy Realm, an enormous pillar of starlight seemed to penetrate the entire Legacy Realm as it fell straight down. A triangular hole was emitting a dense demonic aura. Rumble. Amidst the enormous rumbling, an object the size of a foot flew out from the demonic aura. That object was 9-colored, and the demonic aura lingered around it. It was precisely the appearance of a fox. At the same time, a roar resounded through the sky from the cave entrance. A great demon that was several hundred feet tall flew out from the cave entrance. As soon as that great demon fell into the Legacy world, it raised its claws and grabbed the fox-like object. After being stunned for a moment, it looked up to the sky and laughed. A series of strange words came out from the great demon's mouth. This is indeed the Legacy world. Ha ha ha, this old man racked his brains and killed who knows how many demon clans. Finally, I found the entrance to the Legacy world in the abandoned land of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Wait until this old man obtains the ancient bloodline. This old man will certainly become the sage emperor of this generation. After saying that, that great demon put away the token and flew up. A huge shadow came out from its body. It was a fox with 9 tails behind it. Xiao Hua flew to the Cloudy Mountain Maze. At this time, the Cloudy Mountain Maze was a little different from when Xiao Hua entered it a few years ago. The broken ruins were gradually recovering under the power of the formation. Even the water of the Yellow Springs Formation was flowing out from the Immortals' Cave. The entire formation was still in operation. Of course, without the several hundred evil spirits inside the profound purity forbidden spirit formation, this formation had lost a lot of its power. However, how many cultivators like Xiao Hua in the hidden immortal continent could cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and Devil Dao? In the future, even if other cultivators came to break the formation, it wouldn't be easy. Especially after the dragon vein came out from the Jing province cauldron, this cloudy mountain maze began to move again. Although it was moving very slowly now, who knew where it would move to in the future? At that time, the number of cultivators who could find it would be even fewer, right? Xiao Hua stood in the air and looked at this formation. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. This kind of mood and all kinds of harvest was something he didn't expect when he entered the formation that year. No wonder all the cultivators want to explore the ancient forbidden formation. Now, this Xiao Hua finally understands. The things inside are really too precious. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Thinking about what this Xiao Hua obtained inside, I really didn't expect it even in my dreams. All of this is enough for this Xiao Hua to cultivate for several thousand years. Several thousand years sounded very shocking, but Xiao Hua still underestimated the bloodline of the Sage Emperor. How could 10,000 years of cultivation be enough to completely integrate with the bloodline of the Sage Emperor? As for the specific amount of time, perhaps only Xiao Hua who had reached that level could truly understand it. After sighing for a moment, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. He found that there were no cultivators around this cloudy mountain maze. He knew that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and the others didn't come out. He landed on the mountain peak of the maze. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the urging of his magic power, Baiban flew out. Although there was a broken space inside the Kunlun mirror, under Xiao Hua's deliberate arrangement, the people who were sucked into it didn't meet each other. Once Baiban flew out of the Kunlun mirror, her beautiful eyes immediately swept around. Seeing that Fu Jiwen wasn't beside her, she rolled her eyes and hurried forward to greet Xiao Hua. This concubine greets spiritual master Xiao. Get up. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Baiban. He flicked his sleeve and said, "When you came out, this Xiao Hua was in seclusion and didn't see you. However, this Xiao Hua heard about you from Fu Jiwen and Gusichiori. Not only are you Gusichiori's good friend, but you are also Fu Jiwen's wife. Therefore, this Xiao Hua had no choice but to help you out." Although Xiao Hua looked like he only had the strength of 4th stage essence power and was 5th stage essence power, and still respectfully listened to Xiao Hua's words. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, Baya and immediately smiled and said, "Spiritual master is my husband's master. Naturally, you are this concubine senior. Because my husband isn't here, this concubine doesn't dare to call him master. Spiritual master has taught my husband and helped this concubine escape. This concubine doesn't know how to properly thank you. Hee hee. The two of you haven't bowed to heaven and earth to get married. Isn't it too much to call him your husband?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Bai An's face turned slightly red. She bit her lips and said resolutely, "This concubine knows how Fu Jiwen treats this concubine. In this lifetime, this concubine will only marry Fu Jiwen. Gusa Chiodi could betray the immortal palace for Luo Kong. Why can't this concubine do the same?" "There's no need for that," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "You're different from Gusa Chiodi. You are Fu Jiwen's wife. How can this Xiao Hua not care?" "Many thanks, Taoist." Bai and hurriedly expressed her thanks. However, Xiao Hua's expression turned serious. He said again, "You are a member of the Immortal Palace. This Xiao Hua is a Taoist cultivator. Moreover, this Xiao Hua and the Immortal Palace have some grudges. This Xiao Hua has no choice but to ask about your and Gusachiodi's status in the Immortal Palace." This, Bai and was a bit hesitant. Soon after, she said with extreme sincerity, "Taoist Xiao, this concubine is a female official of the Immortal Palace. Naturally, this concubine is under the supervision of the Immortal Palace's laws. Moreover, this concubine is currently a criminal. This concubine doesn't dare to reveal the secrets of the Immortal Palace. I hope Taoist can understand." And this Xiao Hua can understand. Xiao Hua saw that Bai and didn't want to say anything. Naturally, he didn't want to force her to say anything. Because during the time he spent with Gusachiodi and Jai Xingzi, he never heard Gusachiodi mention anything about the Immortal Palace. He knew that this matter was very important. Moreover, Taoist can't tell this concubine about the grudges between you and the Immortal Palace right now. Bai and said hurriedly, "This concubine can't guarantee that my soul won't be searched when I return to the Immortal Palace." "See?" Xiao Hua took a breath and said curiously, "Is it that serious?" "Yes." Bai nodded. "This concubine's punishment hasn't expired yet. The Immortal Palace naturally wants to find out the reason why the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was broken. This concubine had Taoist hold on to the shards of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal because the Immortal Palace will use the information within the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal to determine whether this concubine's escape conforms to the immortal laws. If it was someone else, they would definitely be searched. But this concubine is the female official of the Emperor's Star Palace. With that person's protection, my soul won't be searched. However, this is also uncertain. After all, there is still that person who has been following that person. Forget it. This concubine won't say anymore. It's fine as long as Taoist knows." Chapter 30, 789. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask who that person and that person were, but looking at the current situation, he shook his head slightly, knowing that it was better not to ask. "Sai, actually, I didn't call you out to ask you this." Xiao Hua put aside his own matters and said to Wuqing, "I just wanted to ask you how you plan to deal with the matter with Fu Jiwen in the future. You only said that you will never leave him, but it's no different from not saying anything. And I also know that Fu Jiwen will definitely not let you betray the Immortal Palace like Gusachiodi. I won't hide it from you." Wuqing smiled and said, "When I first met Fu Jiwen, I also thought about this. But I felt that Fu Jiwen's lifespan would definitely not be longer than my sentence, so I thought that I would just muddle along with Fu Jiwen. When I saw you last time, I realized that I could possibly grow old with Fu Jiwen. As long as Fu Jiwen cultivates with you, even if he can't enter the Immortal Palace as an official with his Confucian cultivation, he can still enter the Peng Lai Immortal Realm with his Taoist cultivation. When that time comes, I will plead with that person to demote me to the Peng Lai Immortal Realm as punishment." Peng Lai Immortal Realm? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "What's that? Is it the same as the Star Lord Palace on Yaodai Mountain?" Sigh. Wuqing sighed and said, "Taoist, I can't say anymore." Some things may not be considered secret to me, but to others, they may not be secret. If that person knows, I will be in trouble again.
All right.
Xiaohua smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me, what level of Confucian cultivation has Fu Jiwen reached, and what level of Taoist cultivation has he reached to meet your requirements? Confucian cultivation is more difficult. It has to be at least the Grandmaster level. Wucheng smiled and said, Taoist cultivation is simple, as long as he has 5th grade essence power. That's simple? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I am only at 5th grade essence power. My husband has a Taoist as his master. Reaching 5th grade essence power is a piece of cake. Wucheng replied with a smile. Ah, good. Since you said so, if this Xiao doesn't properly teach Fu Jiwen, I'm afraid I'll delay your good days. Xiaohua laughed. The Kunlun mirror shook and Fu Jiwen flew out from it. Kunlun mirror? Bai An's eyes lit up, and he almost blurted out. However, he immediately smiled bitterly. Wife. Fu Jiwen landed on the ground with joy on his face. He stepped forward and held Momo's hand. Are you free? He asked anxiously. It's up to you. Bai An allowed Fu Jiwen to hold her small hand. She chided him lovingly. Master is right beside you. Why aren't you thanking him? It's okay. Master is one of us. He won't care about these things. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, but he still bowed and said, Master, thank you very much. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said, You two can go, and whispered each other. Bye and probably can't stay here for long. 3 days later, when the two of you return, this Xiao will take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment. I reckon that law enforcement envoy will appear again. Bai and Fu Jiwen's faces were slightly red. However, the two of them bowed and said, Thank you, Master. Looking at the two's departing figures, Xiaohua smiled slightly. The first thing he thought of was naturally Fairy Hongxia. An indescribable longing arose in his heart. He sighed and said, Ai, it's good to be young. This Xiao is old now. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and meditated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fu Jiwen and Bai An returned as promised. Their faces were filled with reluctance. Clearly, Bai An had already told Fu Jiwen his plans. Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush and asked, Disciple, do you know everything? Yes, Master. This disciple will definitely concentrate on his cultivation and strive to see Bai An as soon as possible. Fu Jiwen hurriedly replied, Good. Disciple, you wait here. Bai An, follow the Xiao. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and turned around to fly into the sky. Bai An turned back to look at Fu Jiwen. Tears flowed from her eyes as she said reluctantly, Husband, cultivate well. This concubine is leaving today for the sake of meeting you tomorrow. This concubine will definitely not let you down. And go. Fu Jiwen forced a smile. This husband will definitely do his best to cultivate so that I can bring my wife back as soon as possible. Bai An lowered her head and covered her face with her sleeves as she chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua brought Bai An and flew thousands of li away in one breath. Then he asked Bai An, Will the law enforcement envoy appear once the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment is taken out? Yes. Bai An nodded, and if you can't hide in time, that law enforcement envoy might take you away as well. That depends on how strong he is. Xiaohua smiled and said, Are you ready? This Xiao is going to take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment. See. Bai An took a deep breath and said, This concubine is ready.
Take it out, adept. Good.
Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror, and the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal fragment immediately flew into the sky. Countless broken rune chains appeared on the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal. Within the rune chains, 9 different colored thunderbolts shot out in disarray. Soon after, 9 broken dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from the thunderbolts. Their hoarse roars resounded in the void. Just as the dragon form appeared, Xiaohua's figure that was standing in midair strangely disappeared. Bai An, who was originally worried, swept her beautiful eyes over Xiaohua several times, but she couldn't see any flaws. Only then did she feel relieved and admire Xiaohua in her heart. However, after a few breaths of time, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within 1,000 li was covered by red clouds. A kind of black clouds pressed down and suffocated. It was like an invisible wave that drowned everything in the world in an instant. A huge distorted light shadow that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of the red clouds amidst the sound of thunder. Who broke the heaven's punishment prison crystals? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close, reverberated between heaven and earth. The guilty official of the school of the Emperor's Star, by and greets the punishment envoy. By and didn't panic. He bowed and said, "The punishment envoy knows that it was the power of heaven and earth that triggered the immortal palace law of the heaven's punishment prison crystal. The guilty official has this opportunity to escape. The heaven's punishment prison crystal is here. The punishment envoy, please verify it." The guilty official of the school of the Emperor's Star? I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications to verify it. Since it was the power of heaven and earth that broke the immortal palace law of the immortal palace, follow me back to the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder to verify it. Yes, the guilty official knows. Bayan lowered his head. A thick light golden chain flew down from the red cloud. The inscriptions on the chain swam, and a restrictive aura that represented the power of heaven and earth filled the space within 1,000 miles. With a swish-swish sound, the chain fell on Bai and tied him up. As the chain contracted, Bai An's figure disappeared into the red cloud. At the same time, a shadow of a giant hand that was thousands of feet long descended from the sky. It grabbed the heaven's punishment prison crystal fragment and disappeared. Another series of thunderbolts wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Immediately, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red cloud dissipated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua's figure strangely appeared on the mountain peak. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky after the red cloud disappeared. He seemed to be thinking about something. Then, he activated the Dragon Clan's invisibility technique and disappeared in the air. "Master," Bayan. Seeing Xiao Hua suddenly appear beside him, Fu Jiwen didn't seem to be surprised. He hurriedly asked. He was still brought back to the Immortal Palace by the punishment envoy of the Immortal Palace. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I heard it was the punishment hall of the 3 provinces of thunder. It's not a big deal. Don't worry." "Oh, that's good." Fu Jiwen breathed a sigh of relief. His heart wasn't completely at ease. He said in a low voice, "I hope Bai and can use this to get away with it." Xiao Hua glanced at Fu Jiwen and said meaningfully, "Bai and is a female official of the Immortal Palace. Behind her is the school of the Emperor's Star. Previously, even the punishment envoy was lenient. What is there to be afraid of in the punishment hall? Don't tell me Bai and didn't say anything to you." "Alas, master, Baiyan really didn't dare to say anything to me." Fu Jiwen sighed. It said that the various palaces and halls of the Immortal Palace are very complicated. The person Baiyan mentioned in the school of the Emperor's Star has some status, but forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Baiyan must have already planned for you. You should focus on cultivating. Whether it's Confucian cultivation or Taoist cultivation, I can teach you all. Moreover, you've gained a lot in Senior Tsonglongzi's cave. When you finish cultivating, I'm sure you won't be too far away from Bai An's plan." "That's right." Fu Jiwen looked down at the misty mountain maze and sighed. "Before I entered Senior Tsonglongzi's cave, I really didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. However, in these past few years, what I've gained has greatly exceeded my expectations. In the future, as long as I'm under Master's guidance, I can really achieve what Bai An wants." "Good. For your wife, you have to cultivate well." Xiao Hua smiled. "However, you don't have to tell anyone about what you've gained in my cave. This disciple naturally knows." Fu Jiwen also gave a mysterious smile. "All right, we'll wait here. Who knows when they'll come out?" Xiaohua waved his hand and smiled. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen looked around and flew to a nearby place to meditate. This wait lasted for more than half a year. During this time, the mountain peak where the cloudy mountain bewildering formation was located did not remain in its original place like before. Instead, it gradually moved eastward and underground. Although it did not move much each day, after a long time, not to mention Xiaohua, even Fu Jiwen noticed it. Fu Jiwen had doubts in his heart, but he didn't ask. Xiaohua closed his eyes and meditated every day. Just as the 4 entrances of the misty mountain maze were gradually sinking into the ground, a clear whistling sound could be heard from the east. Boom. A low rumbling sound could be heard from the entrance of the misty mountain maze, and a person rushed out from the hole. Chapter 30, 790. A cultivator dressed in emperor robes flew out from the starlight with a dignified face. Isn't that Zhai Xingzi? Behind Zhai Xingzi, Gusichioti had a smile on her face. After Gusichioti, it was naturally Gongshu Isin. At this moment, Gongshu Isin's face was even more arrogant. Her starry eyes were even more resplendent. An indescribable confidence bloomed on her face like a flower. Behind her were Taoist Master Han and several other Taoist cultivators. Each of them was full of energy and looked like their cultivation had skyrocketed. Xiaohua opened his eyes and flew up. Just as he was about to fly over, another wild laughter came from the west. Sun Kong Shangren flew out with Yi Mingzi and the other cultivators. Chang Gung stood in Sun Kong Shangren's hands with his arms raised, as if he was cheering crazily. Fellow Taoist Xiao actually came out first? A faint, astonished voice came from the south. That voice was extremely solid, as if there was an invisible figure standing next to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't look back and smiled. Brother Daoren, seems to have half of your body entered the out-of-body realm. If this misty mountain maze formation didn't move again, Brother Daoren probably would need a few months to enter the out-of-body realm, right? In the distance, Zhang Daoren's figure flew out like mist. When he flew behind Xiaohua, Taoist Master Di Quan and the other cultivators flew out from the entrance. When everyone flew closer, Xiaohua smiled. All of the cultivators who were lucky enough to survive had made great progress in their cultivation. The return of this trip to the Misty Mountain Maze was really generous. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, fellow cultivators, for making great progress in your cultivation." Same to you, same to you." Zhang Daoren glanced at Zhai Xingzi. Both of their eyes were filled with confusion because Xiaohua's cultivation did not seem any different from before. However, the two of them still returned the greeting like everyone else. In the midst of the congratulations, Gongshu Isin chuckled. "Elder Xiao, we entered the Misty Mountain Maze formation at the same time and came out at the same time. When we were at Song Langzi's residence, you even took advantage of him. Why does it seem like your cultivation hasn't improved at all?" Isin, Gusichioti hurriedly scolded, somewhat embarrassed. Sigh, Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Don't mention it. After I left the front mansion, I encountered a problem and didn't manage to enter Senior Song Langzi's real cave residence." As he spoke, Xiaohua looked at Taoist Master Di Chuan and the others. When Taoist Master Di Quan and the others came out, they saw that Fairy Xiangfeng was not with Xiaohua. They understood what was going on. Seeing that Xiaohua had spoken, the three of them hurriedly went forward. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a commotion from the south. They quickly looked over and saw Fairy Xiangfeng flying out with Xueping and the others. Taoist Di Chuan was shocked to see Fairy Xiangfeng return to her female form. He looked at the smiling Xiaohua and didn't know what had happened, but he didn't dare say anything. Woo! Before Fairy Xiangfeng got close to him, another great qi surged behind her while a colorful light rushed into the sky. At the same time, a swaying human figure flashed 60 miles away in the colorful light. At the same time, another arrogant voice sounded. "Xiaohua, this old man got some lucky chances because of you. Therefore, this old man will let you go this time. Cultivate well." 3 years later, This old man will still come and take your life. Humph. Before Xiao Hua could speak, Gusichiodi let out a cold snort. She raised her delicate hand slightly, and countless pillars of vast qi shot out from the void with a rumbling sound. A huge hand that was hundreds of meters thick appeared, and it was neither real nor illusory. It also moved 100 meters in the blink of an eye and grabbed at the humanoid figure. See? The one closest to Gusichiodi was Gongshu Isin. She was a Confucian cultivator and was very sensitive to Gusichiodi's strength. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "Big Sister Gusu, when did you step into the upper stage of 5th grade essence energy?" "No need, Lady Gusu." Xiao Hua stopped her indifferently. This is a personal grudge between this Xiao and someone else. He didn't get any advantage from this Xiao.
And
Gusichiodi heard, and the huge hand in the air retracted. Light and shadow were absorbed into her arm. Xiao. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng was the most panicked. She quickly smiled and said, "This concubine didn't know that there was a Confucian cultivator behind me. Hee, it's fine, it's fine." Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. "This person has nothing to do with you." Seeing that Fairy Xiangfeng and Xiao Hua seemed to have reconciled, Daoist Di Quan, Yimingzi, and Daoist Han all let out a long breath. Now that the 4 of them were facing Xiao Hua's group of 6, if they turned hostile or pursued the purpose of their visit, the 4 of them definitely wouldn't have a good ending. The benefits they obtained in the Misty Mountain Maze would instantly turn into a flower in the mirror. The 3 of them had a plan in mind. They exchanged glances and didn't dare to stay here for long. They bowed and said, "We were able to enter the Misty Mountain Maze all because of you fellow Taoists. We will remember this favor in our hearts. What we obtained in Senior Tsonglongzi's cave abode is very important. A mere few years of seclusion won't be enough to fully comprehend it. Therefore, we will return to the cave abode and seclude ourselves. When we complete our cultivation, we will pay a visit to each of you fellow Taoists." Humph. Gongshu Exian snorted coldly again. "After obtaining a benefit, you all really know how to conduct yourselves." Haha. Xiao Hua, who originally didn't have a good impression of Gongshu Exian, was in a great mood now. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly leave. The more you can comprehend, the more this Xiao will be jealous." "Many thanks, Daoist Xiao." Daoist Han and the others revealed a bit of embarrassment. They once again cupped their hands towards Xiao Hua, Zhang Daoran, and the others and urged their figures to leave. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Xiangfeng bit her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Which one is Dao Cheng?" "I'll let you know." Xueping hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Daoist Dao Cheng encountered a trap in the secret passage. Senior Xiangfeng tried her best to save him, but to no avail. He fell in the Misty Mountain Maze.
And
Xiao Hua nodded. People often say that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. It is indeed so. This way, this Xiao also has nothing to say. Fairy Xiangfeng, this Xiao has already said what needs to be said in the secret passage. If you can understand, now you can also leave. Although the path of love is important, the path of righteousness is even more in accordance with the heavenly Tao. I believe you can clearly distinguish which is more important. Of course, if you still can't distinguish by now, you don't need to leave anymore. Yes, this concubine was able to enter Senior Tsonglangzi's cave with Daoist's help. These few years of comprehension have allowed this concubine to comprehend a lot. This concubine feels that in the past few years, this concubine was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, this concubine has just jumped out of the well. This concubine still has to thank Daoist Xiao once again. After speaking, Fairy Xiangfeng gracefully swayed again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "All right, since this is the case, there is no need to be so formal. It's better to turn back as soon as possible." Fairy Xiangfeng slightly smiled at everyone. Her figure turned into a rainbow and flew away. Seeing that rainbow leap dozens of li, it was clear that her cultivation had also improved greatly.
good.
Gongshu Exian, who had been holding back all this time, finally spoke. Senior Xiao, what is this senior's relationship with you? What love? What righteousness? When did she appear? Where is Senior Yunmingzi? Since you know that this is a matter between us old people, why do you, a little girl, ask so many questions? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at her. Fairy Xiang Feng entered Senior Tsang Langzi's cave. Did you and the others not enter? Nonsense. The cave that we entered was Senior Tsang Langzi's real cave. Gongshu Exian pouted. I even got Senior Tsang Langzi's formation jade eyes. How could she enter?
Ah.
Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked up at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. Both of them nodded with a smile and didn't say much. Fuck. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood that he had been tricked by Tsang Langzi again. The cave residence that he had entered was not fake, but the cave residence that Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong Shangren, Zhai Xingzi, and Fairy Xiangfeng had entered was not fake either. Although there was no relic realm in their cave, there might be path understanding ants, medicine fields, and alchemy rooms. As for who is real and who is fake, perhaps only Tsang Langzi himself would know. Seeing Xiao Hua regretting, Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren raised their hands at the same time, each holding a jade eye. The three of them looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Since fellow Xiao didn't enter the cave, the cultivation methods and secret arts in these jade eyes will be left to you. That's a good fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 jade eyes, saying, "This way, my heart will be at ease." Humph. This time you took 3, but you gained the most. Gongshu Exian was a little indignant. What's wrong? Are you envious? Xiao Hua smiled. If you change to Taoist cultivation methods, I will give them to you. What do you think? Do you think I'm crazy? Gongshu Exian curled her lips and said to Gusu Chiodi, Sister Gusu, this little sister has been away from home for a long time. I don't dare to stay here any longer. If you have time in the future, remember to come and find this little sister.
Of course.
Gusu Chiodi answered with a smile. Seniors, I'll take my leave. After several years, Gongshu Exian was not as rude as when she first arrived. She actually bowed to everyone and was about to fly away. However, Gongshu Exian only flew a few miles before her body suddenly swayed and fell straight down. Gusu Chiodi saw this and hurriedly urged her true chi. A big hand grabbed Gongshu Exian and pulled her back. At this time, Gongshu Exian's face was a little green, and the true chi outside her skin was slightly scattered. It seemed like she was out of control. Gusu Chiodi didn't dare to be negligent. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and hurriedly said, Zhai Xingzi, Exian is a little unwell. It seems like she can't go back alone. You and I have to send her back. This girl, Xiao Hua smiled, she's really too greedy. Chapter 30, 791. Since fellow Taoist Zhai Xing is leaving, fellow Taoist Xiao, we need to hurry back too. Zhang Daoran hesitated and said, if you have time, come find me in 2 years. Brother Daoran, why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Hua was confused. He looked at Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi. Oh? Seeing Xiao Hua's confusion, Zhai Xingzi was confused. He ordered Fu Jiwen and the others, stand aside first. Gusu Chiodi gave Gongshu Exian a simple treatment. Although Gongshu Exian was still unconscious, her breathing had stabilized. She should be fine. Gusu Chiodi looked at everyone. She held Gongshu Exian and said, come with me? Yes, senior. Fu Jiwen and the others answered respectfully. After everyone left, Zhai Xingzi waved his hand and set up a restriction. He looked around and said in a low voice, fellow Taoist Xiao, we've already stepped into the out-of-body realm. We're using secret techniques to suppress our cultivation so that we can't break through the upper 5th grade. We didn't feel it when we were in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, but when we came out, we immediately felt that we couldn't control our cultivation. We had to hurry back to the cave and use talismans and secret techniques to suppress our cultivation. Otherwise, we'll be noticed by the Immortal Palace.
Ah.
Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Although Zhai Xingzi didn't continue speaking, he instantly understood a lot. He finally understood why he had never seen a Dao Sex out of Aperture Cultivator after arriving at the hidden Immortal Continent. He also finally understood that the Star Monarchs of the Star Monarch Hall were only at the 5th grade of Origin Energy. It turned out that as long as a Dao cultivator reached the out-of-body realm, the Immortal Palace would immediately notice and take action. This once again proved why the Immortal Palace didn't care about the actions of the Dao Sex cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent. Because in the eyes of the Immortal Palace, all the Dao Sex cultivators were below the 5th level of Origin Energy and were nothing more than clowns. There was really no need to be too concerned about them. Peng Lai Immortal Realm? Suddenly, Xiao Hua thought of the location that Tao Wu accidentally revealed when he sent Tao Wu back to the Immortal Palace several months ago. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and very helplessly said with a bitter smile, "AI, that's right. As long as one breaks through 5th grade." Xiao Hua also wanted to say something but hesitated. He looked like he was full of bitterness. Exalted Master Sun Kong, who was at the side, felt the same way. He sighed and said, "Once you break through the 5th grade of Essence Power, you will be detected by the Immortal Palace. No matter where you are, the Immortal Palace's immortal envoys will appear instantly. If you resist, you will immediately be killed." Sigh. What are we Dao sect cultivators doing? Of course it's for a carefree life. Zhang Daoran said calmly. As long as we can reach the out-of-body realm, the immortal emissary of the Immortal Palace will welcome us into the free immortal realm, and we won't have to live in fear anymore. This old man would rather die than be free and unfettered like a dog. Sun Kong sneered. Is there a free and unfettered immortal realm? Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi and asked meaningfully, "Why do I feel that this place doesn't exist?" Zhai Xingzi was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Well, I don't know either. Every now and then, seniors at the peak of the late nascent soul stage would disappear. The legend of this free immortal realm has been around for a long time. As for whether it exists or not, I will only know after I reach the out-of-body realm." Who dares to try? Xiao Hua sneered and replied, "What if the Immortal Palace's immortal emissary is the soul-reaping emissary?" Actually, Xiao might know. Zhai Xingzi explained, however, she doesn't dare to reveal this matter that involves the secrets of the Immortal Palace. This will bring disaster to their Gusa family. The only thing we can do now is to use the secret technique and delay for as long as possible. Exalted Master Sun Kong said resentfully, "Think of the ancient senior Tsang Longzi. That was the true freedom." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and took out 3 blank jade eyes. He wrote something in them with his divine sense and handed them to the 3 people, saying, "This is the concealment technique that I use. Fellow Taoists, take a look. If it's useful, feel free to comprehend it." Good. The 3 people were overjoyed. They knew that Xiao Hua's secret technique was no small matter. They hurriedly took it. After looking through it, Exalted Master Sun Kong almost shouted, "I won't leave first. I'll talk about it after I comprehend it." Good. I have the same idea. Zhai Xingzi immediately agreed. He opened the barrier and urged, "We'll find a place to cultivate. It won't take long. A few months should be enough. Moreover, Gongshu Exin has suffered from qi deviation. Qiu can help her regulate her breathing." That's right. Zhang Daoran deeply agreed. He sent a voice transmission to his disciples and flew to a place. Zhai Xingzi called Gusa Qiudi, while Exalted Master Sun Kong called his disciples. They flew to different places. After the 3 people separated, Xiao Hua knew that he wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. He simply called Xueping and the others over. Xueping led the group forward and bowed, saying, "Junior thanks Daoist Xiao for protecting us." "Hee, all of you rise." Xiao Hua helped everyone up and said with a smile, "Protecting you is just a small matter. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't good. I was sent out by the restriction before I even entered the cave. In the end, I didn't even get to see the true appearance of the cave. On the other hand, your luck isn't bad. Shui Ping and the others hurriedly said with a smile, didn't we also rely on Senior's good fortune? If Senior doesn't mind, we can… Haha, there's no need. There's no need. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and beckoned to Shui Ping, saying, come over here. Tell me in detail about your cultivation technique. While you're at it, if you have any comprehension in the cave, you can also circulate your mental cultivation technique for me to take a look. Shui Ping was startled. Then, ecstasy appeared on his face. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged. After Xiao Hua set up the barrier, he told Xiao Hua about his cultivation technique and cultivation route without hiding anything. After careful consideration, Xiao Hua sent a voice transmission in a low voice for half a day. Then, he took out 3 jade bottles, a jade eye bottle, and a magic treasure and bestowed them to Shui Ping. After Xiao Hua removed the barrier, Shui Ping didn't say anything. However, the unconcealable joy between his brows told the other cultivators that he had gained a lot. That's right. The personal guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was much more useful than the ancient cultivation technique. After all, the guidance was alive while the cultivation technique was dead. Just as the other cultivators were envious, Xiao Hua also gave each cultivator half a day's time and bestowed them with cultivation techniques, magic treasures, and spiritual pills. After the last cultivator came out, Xiao Hua said with a smile, I can't personally bring you into the cave, so this is my compensation. You should cultivate with all your might, for my Dao sect. At this point, Xiao Hua didn't know what to say about for my Dao sect or for my Dao sect. He could only smile and say, forget it, just cultivate well. Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao. Facing Daoist Master Xiao, who had actually taught them but not in name, the group of cultivators bowed and thanked him. I still have to wait here for Zhang Daoran and the others. If you want to leave, you can leave now. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, if you don't want to leave, you can cultivate here. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. However, when Zhang Daoran and the others come out of seclusion, you must leave too. Yes, we understand. When Shui Ping and the others saw that Zhang Daoran and the others wanted to obtain the secret technique Jade Eyes from Xiao Hua, how could they not know that this was another once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them? They hurriedly agreed and found a place not far from Xiao Hua to cultivate in seclusion. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't give the secret technique Jiu Xia gave to Zhang Daoran and the others. Even so, his secret technique to conceal the cultivation technique was enough for the 3 cultivators who had already reached the out-of-body stage to rack their brains. While comprehending, the 3 of them really did ask some questions that were difficult for them to grasp. As for Shui Ping and the others, they naturally asked even more questions. Xiao Hua answered them one by one while he cultivated in seclusion. The misty mountain maze gradually disappeared, leaving the group of Taoist cultivators who were still comprehending and cultivating in the mountains. Inside the Immortal Palace, in the Jasper Flower Palace that was surrounded by immortal clouds, there was a small golden pavilion floating among thousands of flowers. The woman had snow-white skin, thin willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slightly squinted eyes that faintly shone with starlight. The woman's slender fingers were placed on the 7-string zither. Under the nimble movements of her fingers, waves of music that was more beautiful than the sounds of nature were produced. It was sweeter than clear spring water as it floated among the flowers. Not to mention the inexplicable butterflies dancing in the flowers. Just outside the flowers, several mystic birds danced to the music. Their flashing wings appeared even more ethereal in the faint and colorful light of the flowers. When the music suddenly stopped, the surroundings of the pavilion suddenly turned cold, as if the music was the only warmth in this place. The stop of the music drew out the remaining enthusiasm of the flowers. Sigh. A faint sigh came from the servant standing beside the woman. Your Highness, your zither music has long been like 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Now, when this servant listens to it again, I actually feel like paying homage to it. Forgive this servant for saying something disrespectful, but the zither is born from the heart. This servant should congratulate your highness, whether it is your state of mind or bearing. They are all in the state of great accomplishment. Ding! A sharp zither music covered the servant's voice. A faint voice came from the woman's mouth. Jing, do you not want to live anymore? I don't dare. The servant hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. This servant was only speaking the truth. Get up. The woman's tone was still indifferent. This palace doesn't want to hear this a second time. Do you understand? This servant understands. The servant got up and raised her head. Looking at her face, it was the palace, made of jasper flower palace. Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing glanced at the peerless beauty of the princess in front of her and lowered her head slightly, a smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Although the princess was angry, her expression didn't show any anger. On the contrary, there was a trace of a smile between her brows that was as graceful as the green mountains and the blue sea. This princess was truly beautiful, but unfortunately, her chin was too sharp. At first glance, it always gave people a feeling of harshness. Chapter 30, 792. Ding ding dong dong. Hearing the sound of the seven-string zither, Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, Your Highness, when you went to the school of the Emperor Star with Princess Miao Miao, you said you would return in 3 days. You didn't expect to be gone for 5 days. Look at your expression. Did something happen in the school of the Emperor Star? If there was a change, that would be great. You should have heard the imperial edict long ago instead of guessing blindly. This woman was obviously the princess Qingqing Gu Xianyan spoke of. She shook her head slightly and said, It's not as simple as you think. Oh? Could it be that the news was fake? Yu Xiaojing seemed to know something and asked in a low voice. There's no need to investigate the authenticity of the news. Princess Qingqing bit her lip and said, Even if that bitch secretly left the immortal palace and descended to the lower world, she was already in the school of the Emperor Star when I arrived with Miao Miao. How could I have done anything? I knew from that bitch's smiling face that she must have sensed something and hurried back to the immortal palace. I was still half a step too late. Then, Yu Xiaojing was confused. If that's the case, your highness should have returned that day. That bitch seemed to be in a good mood. Princess Qingqing said again. She looked like she was in love. Also, the school of the Emperor Star's heavenly reflection blue was in full bloom. She actually held a banquet in the garden and invited the first princess and the empress. I don't know if she was admiring the flowers or enjoying my awkwardness. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to ask any more, lest she angered Princess Qingqing. Fortunately, after a while, Princess Qingqing chuckled again and said, Unfortunately, I still stepped on that bitch's sore spot. Oh? The one from the school of the Emperor Star. Yu Xiaojing said curiously. When I mentioned the Heaven's Choice Assembly, that bitch's expression changed. This really surprised me. Princess Qingqing smiled and said, This slut has always been calm in the face of chaos. Now, her expression has changed because of this princess' words. She must not have much confidence in the Heaven's Choice Assembly, or perhaps her Heaven's Choice Assembly has changed. Hee. This way, your highness will be able to snatch that half-heaven's heart from Princess Xinxi. Yu Xiaojing chuckled softly. Unfortunately, before she could finish, Princess Qingqing snorted again. Humph. Yes, I was wrong. Yu Xiaxia listened quietly and hurriedly apologized. This servant is truly happy for your highness and forgot about that matter. Forget it. It's rare for me to be in a good mood, so I won't punish you. Princess Qingqing waved her hand. This servant thanks your highness for your pardon. Yu Xia quietly stood up and said, At the same time, I also wish that the princess will obtain the Heaven's Heart, peek into the secrets of the Heaven's Heart, grasp the true essence of our Confucian cultivation, and be valued by the immortal emperor. Haha, I naturally won't mistreat you when I get benefits. Princess Qingqing laughed loudly and asked, Did anything urgent happen when I wasn't here? Your highness, there were indeed a few. Yu Xiaojing told her about the matters in the palace, and then looked at the smile on Princess Qingqing's face. The last one is Gu Xianyun from the outer palace requesting to see Your Highness. Oh, how's Xianyun's task going? Princess Qingqing raised her eyebrows and a trace of excitement flashed across her snowy face. Yu Xiaojing hesitated slightly and said with a smile, "This is the outer palace's task, so this servant didn't dare to ask too much." However, seeing how Gu Xianyun was in such a hurry, it must have been quite tiring. Xianyun has indeed worked hard. If he can do this well, I will definitely reward him handsomely. Princess Qingqing seemed to be satisfied with Yu Xiaojing's words and nodded. Go, summon Gu Xianyun. I will ask him in detail. Yes, Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Princess Qingqing was in a good mood. She had already told her about Gu Xianyun's hard work. Even if Gu Xianyun made a mistake, Princess Qingqing might not punish him severely. Not long later, Gu Xianyun stood under the small pavilion with a calm expression.
Come in, Xianyun.
Princess Qingqing said softly, You've worked hard these days. I dare not. Gu Xianyun immediately bowed. This servant is working for Your Highness. I dare not say it's hard work. Rise. How did it go? Princess Qingqing's hands gently stroked the zither. The zither's music was very soft like a breeze. Good. Your Highness, this servant's trip this time totaled. Gu Xianyun gritted his teeth and clearly reported the number of nascent souls he obtained and the number of nascent souls in the demon refining gourd. Hiss. Princess Qingqing frowned. Why is it so little? It's not far from Empress's birthday.
No.
Gu Xianyun, how dare you lie to me? When you asked me to borrow the demon refining gourd last time, you asked for more than this number. But how can such a small number be worth my dignity to borrow the demon refining gourd? Hearing that, Gu Xianyun was so scared that his face changed greatly. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said with his head, Your Highness, you have sharp eyes. The number is indeed far from what I thought, but I dare not deceive Your Highness.
Speak.
Princess Qingqing demanded coldly. Instantly, the pavilion was surrounded by a cold aura. Good. Your Highness, I've been running around in the mortal world, looking for a suitable monarch. Gu Xianyun did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly explained. But before he finished, Princess Qingqing said lightly, You don't have to say more about your hard work. Speak about the demon refining gourd. What's going on? Yes, Your Highness. Gu Xianyun replied bitterly. I placed the demon refining gourd in the array of Yaotai Mountain according to the plan. I plan to use the power of the Star Lord Hall to capture all the nascent soul cultivators participating in the Yaotai conference. But who would have thought that the Star Lord Hall would be killed? Ah. Hearing this, Princess Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, What did you say? The Star Lord Hall was killed? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Your Highness. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly whispered, The Star Lord Hall Gu Xianyun mentioned is not the Star Lord Hall of the Immortal Palace. It's the small organization on the hidden immortal continent in the mortal world that is in charge of the Yaotai Conference. It's just to fool the Dao cultivators on the hidden immortal continent, so it specially came up with a nice name. Although the so-called Star Lord Hall is under the banner of the Immortal Palace, it's actually just a place where the guilty general of the Immortal Palace confesses his sins.
Oh.
I see. Princess Qingqing was enlightened and snorted, so it's such a place that hides filth. No wonder I didn't know. Yes. This place is just a way for the Immortal Palace to govern the Dao cultivators. It's inferior to the Prunglai Immortal Realm, the Heaven and Earth Gate, and the Xianhuang Token. Naturally, Your Highness would know. Gu Xianyun immediately said, Yes, so I did mention this name when I reported to Your Highness last time. Princess Qingqing waved her hand. The life or death of the so-called Star Lord Hall has nothing to do with me. Go on. Why didn't your plan succeed? When Princess Qingqing left the Jasper Flower Palace, Gu Xianyun didn't dare to be negligent. She once again descended on Yaotai Mountain and carefully interrogated Ling Hupiren. She also watched all the videos. Now that Princess Qingqing asked, she naturally answered with ease. She recounted everything that happened on Yaotai Mountain in detail and handed over a jade eye. In the end, she kowtowed and said, "Your Highness, I calculated for a long time. The Sun, Moon, and Star Formation and the Star-Lord Hall's Grand Formation on Yaotai Mountain can't be broken by cultivators below the 5th grade of origin energy. I used 3 treasures to lure over 1,000 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators with the intention of sucking them into the devil refining gourd, but who would have thought that there would be an accident? Not only were the Sun, Moon, and Star Formation broken, and the devil refining gourd returned to the Immortal Palace, the Star-Lord Hall's Hall Master Kong Hongwu was also killed in the Grand Formation. This servant has failed your Highness's trust. Please punish me."
Who did it?
Princess Qingqing's face turned cold, especially when she heard that nearly 1,000 nascent soul cultivators escaped. She became even angrier and questioned. Gu Xianyun bit her lips and said, "From the videos and the information I have, I can't determine who did it. However, according to Ling Hupiren, there's a nascent soul cultivator called Xiaohua who's especially suspicious. He suspects that Xiaohua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple." Grand Mist Ancestor? Princess Qingqing frowned and asked. "Of course, I can't be sure." Gu Xianyun smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of cultivation does the Grand Mist Ancestor have? If he made a move, the Star-Lord Hall's origin chi is merely at the upper 5th grade. It's impossible for him to leave behind any traces. What's there to be suspicious about?" Hearing the doubt in Princess Qingqing's voice, Gu Xianyun was shocked and hurriedly told her his and Ling Hupiren's suspicions. "Your Highness," Yu Xiaojing said in a low voice, "this Taoist Qingsu is real, and Xiaohua is fake. One is real, and one is fake. Their goal is to cover up the Grand Mist Ancestor's methods and make him interfere in the Jadestige meeting to kill the Star-Lord Hall's Hall Master. Moreover, I think that the Star-Lord Hall might not be the Grand Mist Ancestor's target. He might have other plans." "How could it be the Grand Mist Ancestors?" Princess Qingqing sneered and said, "If that old ghost made a move, how could the Star-Lord Hall still exist? He won't stop until blood flows everywhere. Moreover, since he killed Kong Hongwu, he would definitely take the demon refining gourd. How could he let the demon refining gourd return to the Immortal Palace?" This, Yu Xiaojing smiled and said, "I heard that the Grand Mist Ancestor's physical body was destroyed. Perhaps he hasn't recovered his original strength?" "Humph, you only know how to make groundless accusations." Princess Qingqing snorted and said, "Xian Dongfang Haohua." "Yes, I'll call Mr. Dongfang over." Yu Xiaojing hurriedly agreed and glanced at Gu Xianyun, who was kneeling on the ground before hurriedly leaving. Chapter 3793. Princess Qingqing looked at the flowers in the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she said, "Gu Xianyun, I'm here. Get up." "Thank you, Your Highness." Gu Xianyun felt relieved and quickly got up. "I know how hard you've worked." Princess Qingqing sighed. "As this princess trusted aide, you should be aware of the situation this princess is in. This princess has entrusted such an important task to you, and although you haven't completely failed, you are still far from this princess' expectations. And from what you said, Yaotai Mountain Star-Lord Palace can only be used once. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the Immortal Emperor. What do you think we should do next?" "I've thought about it for a long time," Gu Xianyun said without hesitation. "There are many Taoist cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent, and even the Prung Lai Immortal Realm. Don't think about the Prung Lai Immortal Realm. It's too sensitive. No one dares to mess with it." Princess Qingqing seemed a little anxious and interrupted Gu Xianyun before he could finish. "Yes, I didn't think it through." Gu Xianyun obviously didn't think about the Prung Lai Immortal Realm, but he went with the flow. "If the Prung Lai Immortal Realm isn't mentioned, we can borrow some from the Heaven and Earth sect and the Xianhuang token. But that's far from enough. After all, We don't have enough Taoist nascent soul cultivators. I can only say, Western Paradise. Princess Qingqing frowned and asked, Your Highness is indeed wise. Gu Xianyan finally brought the topic to paradise. Delighted, he nodded and said, There's a small town in Yuzhou in the lower realm. The relationship between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddha sect is very delicate. Some conflicts could break out at any moment. Under such circumstances, if we do something in paradise, we won't attract attention. Oh, I know about the Guanyin Pusa Golden Body in Longevity Town. If this matter isn't handled well, the war between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect seems inevitable. Princess Qingqing nodded slightly. Your idea is good. But the Buddhist sect Saraira is inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. This birthday gift is barely satisfactory. Why don't we do both at the same time and make a decision at the end? Gu Xianyun said carefully.
All right.
Princess Qingqing nodded.
You're my envoy.
I'll leave everything to you.
Don't disappoint me again.
Yes, I understand. Gu Xianyun hurriedly agreed. Also, the mistake at Yaotai Mountain was your fault. This consort wants to punish you. Do you have anything to say? Gu Xianyun immediately knelt down and said, I'm willing to accept the punishment. If I punish you now, who will help me? Princess Qingqing raised her hand and said, Get up. I will allow you to atone for your crimes by meritorious service. Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun stood up hurriedly, feeling very happy. This consort will give you one more task. If you can complete it, not only will you be able to atone for your crimes, even the reward will be beyond your expectations. As Princess Qingqing spoke, her right hand plucked the strings of a zither. With a series of ding-ding sounds, clouds appeared around the golden pavilion and covered it. Gu Xianyun saw this, and her face turned pale. She knew that this pavilion was bestowed by the immortal emperor. The origin formation that Princess Qingqing used borrowed the power of the immortal palace. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even Confucian cultivators wouldn't be able to see the situation after the formation was activated. If Princess Qingqing didn't have an extremely important task, how could she activate such a formation? Sure enough, Princess Qingqing said, I heard that Xian obtained a rare treasure from the lower realm. This treasure is useless to the Heaven's Choice Convention, but it can help her recover her cultivation. Your task is to find out what it is, and see if you can. Princess Qingqing's words shocked Gu Xianyun so much that her face turned even paler. Even her body was trembling. However, in the end, Princess Qingqing waved her sleeve and a brocade box flew out from her palace dress and landed in front of Gu Xianyun. I know this is a bit difficult for you. This is a reward for you. If you can complete it, I will reward you. Gu Xianyun took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She then gently opened the brocade box. When she saw what was inside, her eyes flashed with greed and disbelief. She closed the box without hesitation and held it in her hand. She bowed and said, Thank you for your reward, Princess. I'm willing to die for you. Ha ha ha. Princess Qingqing was overjoyed. With a wave of her hand, the clouds in the pavilion slowly dispersed. Everything within the immortal palace and under the heavens is under my control. How could I possibly let you die?
Don't worry.
However, Princess Qingqing's tone suddenly changed as she finished speaking. But if you harbor evil intentions and spoil my plans, then not to mention being crushed into pieces, I'll make you regret it even if you enter the cycle of reincarnation.
I know.
Even if I make a mistake, I won't let anyone find out. Gu Xianyun put away the brocade box and quickly answered. She then looked around and whispered, Mr. Dongfang is coming. Should I leave? Princess Qingqing smiled. Of course not. You're my confidant. He's just an outsider. There's no reason to leave him. Gu Xianyun knew that Princess Qingqing was comforting her, but she still felt warm inside. How many people in the immortal palace could receive such words from the fifth princess of the immortal emperor? Thank you, Princess. Gu Xianyun's eyes were a bit wet. She lowered her head and stood respectfully at the side. After a while, A middle-aged man with a strong body and a high forehead who looked very wise came to the pavilion accompanied by Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing saw Gu Xianyan standing at the side and knew that the crisis was over. She relaxed and said, "Princess, I've brought Dongfang Haohua to see you." Princess Qingqing nodded.
Let him in.
The middle-aged man walked into the pavilion and bowed. Dongfang Haohua greets the fifth princess. "Mr. Dongfang, please rise." Princess Qingqing smiled like a flower. "I have some unresolved matters. I want to hear Mr. Dongfang's opinion." "I don't dare." "Princess, please speak." "I'll give you my humble opinion." Although Mr. Dongfang spoke of his humble opinion, his tone was neither arrogant nor humble. He was even a bit proud. "Xianyun, tell Mr. Dongfang about the Star Lord Palace's palace lord being killed on Yaotai Mountain." Princess Qingqing instructed. "Yes." Gu Xianyun understood Princess Qingqing's meaning. She hurriedly cleared her throat and said what needed to be said. When Dongfang Haohua heard the words Star Lord Palace, he was stunned. After listening for a while, he understood that this Star Lord Palace wasn't the same Star Lord Palace. After Gu Xianyun finished speaking, Dongfang Haohua asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you trying to find Kong Hongwu's murderer?" "That's not it." Princess Qingqing smiled. "It's just that it involves the Grand Mist Ancestor. I'm a bit cautious." "Oh, so it's like that." Dongfang Haohua nodded. The Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist who can reverse yin and yang. Anything that involves him will be difficult. However, from this matter, that Xiaohua cultivator is the most suspicious. He might not be the one who killed Kong Hongwu, but he definitely knows the inside story. As for that Shengguan Yaran, he must be the one who killed him. Moreover, since he can kill Shengguan Yaran as a nascent soul cultivator, he might be able to kill Kong Hongwu. Fifth princess only needs to capture Xiao Hua to find out. Of course, even if Xiao Hua doesn't know the inside story, since he is related to the Grand Mist Ancestor, he must be the Grand Mist Ancestor's trusted aide or disciple like Taoist Qingsu. Since fifth princess wants to find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks, then you have to start with these two people. Capture Xiao Hua and torture him to find out the truth of Yaotai Mountain. Kill Qingsu and force the Grand Mist Ancestor to show himself. Dongfang Haohua naturally didn't think that Princess Qingqing had other thoughts. Because the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks seemed to be the most important thing in the Immortal Palace. Good. Fifth Princess Qingqing clapped her hands and said, "One capture, one kill." Mr. Dongfang said it very well. However, whether it is Taoist Qingsu or Xiao Hua, their origins seem to be very mysterious. I can't find their whereabouts. For some unknown reason, Linghu Pairan didn't tell Gu Xianyun where Xiao Hua came from. And Gu Xianyun couldn't have learned the name of Black Wind Ridge from the cultivators who had returned. Therefore, Dongfang Haohua simply smiled and said without hesitation, "My immortal palace has eyes and ears everywhere in the hidden immortal continent, which is what ordinary people call the Old Man of the Earth. Although it is difficult to find a Taoist cultivator, but it can't be considered too difficult, right? This is why I came to find you." Princess Qingqing nodded. "This matter is a great merit, but it is easy to control. I don't want too many people to know. The most important thing is that I can't directly dispatch the old man. Mr. Dongfang, you see? And I understand your Highness's thoughts. I will go find the deacon of the Hall of Light later." Dongfang Haohua secretly calculated in his heart and agreed. "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Dongfang." Princess Qingqing said with a smile, "There is another matter. Xianyun, the purpose of that Jade Pavilion meeting is to let Taoist cultivators establish a country, right? Then, who got the Imperial Tutor's lot? Reporting to your Highness." Gu Xianyun hurriedly said, "This time, we prepared a total of 10 Imperial Tutor's lots. I checked the Seoul Official Hall and found that 9 Imperial Tutors lots have been used. The hidden immortal continent has 9 more Taoist countries. The last one is still missing. Those who can get the Imperial Tutor's lot are also suspicious. They might be the Grand Mist Ancestor's backup plan." Princess Qingqing waved her hand. Find a reason to report to the Lingyun Hall and send troops to exterminate the 9 Taoist countries. Yes, I understand. Dongfang Haohua nodded. Not to mention exterminating 9 Taoist countries. Even if it was 10 or 100, he wouldn't be moved. Oh, that's right, Mr. Dongfang. Princess Qingqing suddenly thought of something and asked, I received news from the Tianji Hall that the lower realm's 5 prefectures seem to be in chaos. This. Dongfang Haohua frowned slightly and hesitated. The 2 of you can leave first. Princess Qingqing ordered, with a flick of her sleeve. Gu Xianyun and Yu Xiajing hurriedly bowed and slowly stepped back. The golden pavilion was shrouded in clouds once again. Chapter 3794. After half an hour, Dongfang Haohua came out of the Jasper Flower Palace. He didn't go directly to the Hall of Enlightenment. Instead, he went to the Hall of Spiritual Official first and waited for another day before arriving at the Hall of Enlightenment. When he came out of the Hall of Enlightenment, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. From a side door of the Hall of Enlightenment, a clever-looking boy came out and rode a cloud to a dark purple palace. This palace was similar to the Jasper Flower Palace, but the plaque above the palace gate had the words, School of the Emperor's Star, written on it. The boy came to the School of the Emperor's Star and used his divine sense to explore for a moment. Then he ran to the small gate of the palace. Outside the gate, there were naturally immortal generals guarding it. They only let the boy in after checking his token. In the depths of the Emperor's Star Palace, among the many pavilions, there was a very elegant library. A woman in a palace dress was sitting behind a desk. There was a brocade chair in front of the desk and a sage-like old man was sitting on it. The old man was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be reading something. The woman was listening with full attention. Outside the library, a palace maid walked to the door and respectfully stood there. She didn't dare to say anything. After the old man finished reading, he put away the book and smiled at the woman. Ninth Princess, this old man will stop talking about the Thunder Spirit gestation method today. I'm afraid something has happened outside. The woman looked up. That fresh face and bright eyes. Wasn't that Xin, who went to the bottom of the river with Xiaohua? Thank you for your trouble, old Mr. Lei. Princess Xin got up. Seeing this, the old man also quickly got up from the brocade chair and smiled. It's no trouble at all. Not to mention the immortal emperor's decree. This old man can't disobey. The ninth princess is very respectful to this old man. This old man hopes that the princess can successfully cultivate the Thunder Spirit gestation method and quickly recover her cultivation. Okay, this old man won't delay the princess business.
Goodbye.
This princess will send Mr. off. Princess Xin quickly walked out from behind the desk. Old Mr. Lei waved his hand and quickly left the library. Xi Jing, is there something important? Princess Xin sent old Mr. Lei off and asked the palace maid at the door. The palace maid named Xi Jing quickly bowed and replied, reporting to the princess, Sun Gang from the Hall of Enlightenment wants to see you.
Oh.
What interesting matter did this little guy have this time? Let him in. The new princess smiled and waved her hand. Xi Jing turned around and waited for the new princess to return to her seat before the boy called Sun Gang came to the library in a well-behaved manner. He bowed and said, This humble subject greets the ninth princess. Get up. The new princess asked with a smile, Do you have anything important to report today? Of course it's important. The boy was a little unhappy when he heard the smile in the new princess's tone. This humble servant took a risk to meet the princess. If you don't want to listen, this humble servant won't say anything. Haha, of course. The new princess smiled and said, Sun Gang's message is all very important. This is what old Master Sun said himself. Why would I lie to you? Really? Did great-grandfather really praise me like that? Sun Gang asked proudly as he listened to his own small chest. Of course. The new princess continued, Your great-grandfather even praised you for your intelligence and said that you would definitely be a literary figure in the military. Sun Gang laughed from ear to ear. That's right, Xi Jing. Give some fruits to Sun Gang. Although the school of the Emperor Star doesn't have any peaches of immortality, we still have other fruits. The new princess was happy when she saw Sun Gang smile and ordered, "Your Highness." Shi Jing smiled and said, "He already ate it just now." However, he insisted on the spirit jujube that Your Highness brought back last time. "That's right, Your Highness." Speaking of the spirit jujube, Sun Gang threw his great-grandfather's praise to the back of his head and hurriedly asked, "Big sister, Shi Jing is too stingy. She won't even give me the spirit jujube." Hee, it's not that she won't give it to you. It's because there aren't any left in my school of the Emperor Star. When the new princess heard the spirit jujube, she immediately knew that Xiao Hua had casually given it to her that day. She had also casually placed it in the palace. It was just that Sun Gang occasionally ate it and liked it very much. Unfortunately, there weren't many spirit jujubes. After eating it, it was naturally gone. "Your Highness, don't lie to me." Sun Gang didn't believe it. His small eyes blinked as he cried out, "You are the immortal emperor's most beloved little princess. How come you don't even have a spirit jujube?" "Little brat, what are you saying? How can you be so impudent?" While Sun Gang was speaking, an old man who looked very similar to Sun Gang slowly walked in. "Mr. Sun." The new princess stood up and smiled. Sun Gang, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. He hurriedly turned around and saluted, "Greetings, great-grandfather." While speaking, a brocade chair appeared out of thin air on the side of the desk that was extremely close to the new princess. The old man walked in front of the brocade chair and said with a smile, "Your Highness, please sit." "All right, mister, sit as well." The new princess raised her hand to signal and sat down first. After the new princess sat down, the old man sat down and looked at Sun Gang. "Sun Gang, if Your Highness says you don't have it, then you don't have it. Do you understand?" "Grandson understands." Sun Gang didn't dare to say anything more. Hee, I really don't have it here. If there's a chance in the future, I'll get more for you." The new princess smiled and said, "Thank you, princess." Sun Gang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Old Man Sun nodded and asked Sun Gang, "What happened in the Hall of Enlightenment today?" Hearing this, Sun Gang's expression changed. He straightened his back and said, "All right, Your Highness, I'll let you know that there are many important matters in the Hall of Enlightenment today." Sun Gang's little mouth spoke one sentence after another. Princess Xian listened with a smile, while Old Man Sun narrowed his eyes and pondered. In the end, Sun Gang said, "Aside from Yong State being destroyed 42% and Yangzhou State being destroyed 39%, more than 15% of Qing State, Ji State, Liang State, and Jing State were destroyed. Su State and Gun State were destroyed more than 10%. As for Yu State, I don't know. What else?" The new princess knew that the Lingyan Palace was already paying attention to Yu State, so Sun Gang couldn't have gotten any information. "No." Sun Gang shook his head, but a moment later, he vigorously nodded. There is. This humble servant remembers. There was someone named Dongfang Haohua who came to find Sun Bing. He wanted Deacon Sun to help find 2 Dao sect cultivators. Dongfang Haohua found 2 Dao sect cultivators. Princess Xian glanced at old Mr. Sun curiously and asked in confusion, "Is this his master's idea or his own? Who are the 2 Dao sect cultivators?" Old Man Sun didn't answer the new princess and instead asked Sun Gang. "One is Qingsu Daoist and the other is Xiao Hua. It is said that they are both nascent soul cultivators." Although Sun Gang didn't care about this information, he remembered their names clearly.
"Oh?"
The new princess frowned. Her heart was in turmoil, but she still asked calmly, "2 nascent soul cultivators? What does he want?" It is indeed strange. If they are cultivators from the Peng Lai immortal realm, then it is understandable. Finding 2 Dao sect nascent soul cultivators is indeed strange. Old Man Sun looked at the new princess. The new princess noticed and nodded at Old Man Sunday. She then said to Sun Gang, "Do you have any images?" "Of course, but I don't care. They are all in Sun Bing's hands." Sun Gang didn't understand and asked, Is this very important? Haha, of course it is important. The new princess thought for a moment and said with a smile, See if you can show me the images of the two people. If possible, your spirit date may fall on Xiao Hua.
Oh,
Really? Sun Gang was overjoyed and asked loudly, Do you think I will lie to you? The new princess said seriously, You can go now. Keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else. Hearing that it was a secret, Sun Gang straightened his back and nodded. Your Highness, please rest assured. I understand. I will leave now and go to find Yutong. After that, Sun Gang bowed to Old Man Sun again and left with the heavy burden on his shoulders. Looking at Sun Gang's calm back, the new princess said with a smile, Old Man Sun, Sun Gang is very clever and doesn't show his emotions on his face. He will be of great use in the future. Your Highness, you flatter me. If this boy can still be like this after leaving the library, then he will be of great use.
ha ha ha.
The new princess looked at Sun Gang, who was just 100 feet away from the library, and immediately jumped up and down like a monkey. She laughed and said, After all, he is still young. He will be blessed with more experience. It depends on your Highness' ambition. Mr. Sun looked at the smiling princess meaningfully and said, Sometimes. Family is important, but if you give up your utility and power for family, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your family. In this case, why not take the initiative? Care about the world and spread mercy on the earth? Ahem. The new princess coughed twice, and a kind of helplessness appeared on her face. She waved her hand and said, Old Man Sun, let's talk about it later. Now is the future. Old Man Sun looked very serious. Ninth Princess, you can't retreat anymore. You have been forced to the edge of the cliff. It's not that bad. The new princess' helpless expression was added with embarrassment. Your Highness, I didn't want to talk about it before. Don't tell me that I didn't know about your injury. Old Man Sun glared at the new princess. If someone didn't set you up deliberately, how could you? The daughter of the immortal emperor, a noble descendant of heaven. Old Man Sun, don't mention this again. The new princess said firmly. Seeing the new princess's attitude, Old Man Sun didn't say anything and said, Now that the person in the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist cultivators, I don't know who Xiao Hua is, but I do know Reverend Qing Su. He is the subordinate of the Grand Mist Ancestor. That person is obviously trying to steal the credit. As long as she can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's tracks or cut off his wings, she will definitely attract the attention of the Celestial Emperor. At that time, Her Highness will have a hard time protecting herself. Chapter 30, 795. Yes, I'm going to discuss this with old Mr. Sun. Princess Xian nodded. Regarding the Grand Mist Ancestor, I have already sent people to investigate. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor is a Taoist almighty after all. If he wants to hide his tracks, who can find him unless they are an immortal emperor? So we have to look from the side, from the local, and from the small. Old Mr. Sun laughed. Xiao Hua and Qing Suzhenren are the breakthrough. The Jasper Flower Palace's foresight is very accurate. Mister, don't tell me you didn't pay attention to Qing Suzhenren? Princess Xian also laughed. Of course. Old Mr. Sun proudly said, I've never had a mediocre person under the true Confucian. It's not difficult to find a Taoist cultivator. In this aspect, the Jasper Flower Palace can't compare to the Emperor's Star Palace. Speaking of this, old Mr. Sun changed the topic and asked, in addition, what's the matter with Xiao Hua of this Taoist sect? Is he the same person as the Xiao Hua that your Highness mentioned? That's not possible. Princess Xian frowned and said, the cultivation of Xiao Hua of the hidden immortal continent and Xiao Hua of the Elysian world are too far apart. Moreover, it takes several years to cross the East Sea from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent. It's impossible for him to attract the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace during this period of time. In particular, Xia Hua of the Elysian world is proficient in Confucian cultivation and even Buddhist magic. How could the Grand Mist ancestor let his capable subordinate cultivate Confucian and Buddhist magic? Then, Your Highness, why did you tell Sun Gang? Old Mr. Sun asked. Princess Xian frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look outside the library. The new concubine bamboo, there was extremely lush. After a while, she said, Xiao Hua of Elysium is extremely mysterious. I feel that he still has many divine abilities that I don't know about. If he can really teleport from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent, I won't be surprised. Even if he does something incredible, I think it's possible. That's why I told Sun Gang to pay more attention. Xiao Hua of the Elysian world is really so powerful. Old Mr. Sun was shocked. He stared at Princess Xian and asked, Your Highness, is there something you haven't told me? Indeed. Princess Xian nodded. Those things are Xiao Hua's secret. This princess promised him. If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider this matter. Old Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes and said, And this old man also suggests that Her Royal Highness send my true Confucian cultivator to investigate specifically instead of letting Sun Gang make trouble. Indeed. I'll leave this matter to old Mr. Sun. After the new princess agreed, she took out a jade eye and handed it over. This is the statue of Xiao Hua from Elysium. Old Mr. Sun, please accept it. All right. Old Mr. Sun took it, and his eyes lit up. After looking at it, he carefully put it away and said, In addition, this old man also wants to discuss with the princess about the war in the 5 states of the hidden immortal continent. Yes, in the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent, it is common for Dao sects to be destroyed every year. Our country of Confucian cultivators is generally within the 10 nations. Why were countries being destroyed so frequently recently? Su province and Gun province were considered normal, but Qing province, Ji province, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou had actually exceeded 15 countries. As for Yong province and Yangzhou, the number of countries that had been destroyed was almost unimaginable. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the contradictions between our country of Confucian cultivators have reached an irreconcilable point? Your Highness may not care about this, but this old man has carefully checked the situation of these countries. This is precisely what I want to report to Your Highness. A layer of coldness appeared on old Mr. Sun's face. This princess is willing to listen to the details. The new princess was shocked. It was rare to see old Mr. Sun so serious, so she hurriedly said. Old Mr. Sun pointed his hand, and the map of the hidden immortal continent appeared out of thin air. He stood up and pointed at Yong province. Yong province originally had 2,131 countries of Confucian cultivators, 463 countries of Dao sects, and 177 countries of Buddhist sections. Among the countries of Confucian cultivators, our school of the military occupies 407 countries, the Confucian school occupies 1030 countries, and the rest are countries founded by the miscellaneous school, Yin-Yang school, and other schools of thought. This is the same as the agreement between our school of the military and the Confucian school. The Confucian school of the hidden immortal continent dominates, and the school of the military controls the immortal palace. However, this old man has seen that among the 42 countries that were destroyed in Yong province, 20 of them belong to the school of the military. 3 of them belong to the Confucian school, 10 belong to the miscellaneous school, and 20 of them belong to the peasant school. Peasant school? How is that possible? Xian raised her eyebrows and was even more surprised. Look at the 39 countries that were destroyed in Yangzhou. Among them, 15 belong to the school of the military, 5 belong to the Confucian school, 5 belong to the miscellaneous school, and only 10 of them belong to the Yin-Yang school. This seems to be the rhythm of 100 schools of thought. Xian sneered, as if she had understood something. Old Mr. Sun nodded. On the surface, it is indeed so. It's a grand event for Confucian cultivators to contend for supremacy. But in fact, there are undercurrents surging in the hidden immortal continent. From the birth and death of the countries, it can be seen that there are some internal conflicts among us Confucian cultivators. All the major schools and aristocratic families have shown their faces, competing with each other in political and martial arts. They all want to lead each other for thousands of years.
Hee hee.
Princess Xian sneered. These are all high-sounding reasons. If we were to talk about the root cause, I'm afraid that those who are unwilling to be left out and who are dissatisfied with the distribution of the fruits of victory in the ancient Immortal and Buddha formation have now seen the friction between the Immortal Palace and the Thunder Temple, so they are unwilling to be left out and jump out to cause trouble, right? But the problem is, old Mr. Sun smiled and said, they jumped out at the right time. Now that Yuzhou is being closely monitored by the Lingyun Palace, even the Hall of Enlightenment can't interfere. The situation in the Longevity Town is really at a critical juncture. The Immortal Emperor can't even take care of himself. It's just the Thunder Temple. Not everyone in the Buddhist sect wants to take advantage of it. Princess Xian naturally thought of Ci Hui. She said thoughtfully, although the Mahavairakana world venerable controls the Thunder Temple, the ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Maitreya Buddha might not be on the same side as him. There might be something that can be used. Your Highness, you're thinking too much. You're too idealistic. Old Mr. Sun shook his head. The Buddhist sect has always been united against outsiders. Their doctrines are different from our Confucian cultivation methods. We can't compare them, and we can't place our hopes on them. What about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? It seems that those great sages haven't done anything. How would the Thousand Demons' sacred realm dare to do anything? Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm has never cared about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. If those great sages make a move, the 3 continents will really be in chaos. The 4 great families deserve to die. Princess Xian gritted her teeth and said, back then, the Immortals and Buddhas fought against the Taoist sect together. They pushed the military school to the front, and we lost countless cultivators before we won. Now, we're just in control of the Immortal Palace, and they're so troublesome. Old Mr. Sun hurriedly stopped Princess Xian from complaining and said anxiously, you're the princess.
You can't say that.
Everything is just speculation. Even if everyone knows, we can't turn hostile. This is the so-called overt conspiracy. Your Highness, don't worry. The Immortal Emperor must know what to do. We just need to do our own things. Well, old Mr. Sun arranged for the true Confucian cultivators to investigate why the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Taoist nascent soul cultivators. Princess Xian ordered, also, send people to keep an eye on the situation in the 5 continents and see what the 4 great families are doing. Also, after so many years of recuperation, the Taoist sect's cultivators are showing signs of resurgence. With the primordial chaos ancestor freed, the Taoist sect has become a force that can't be ignored. Although the military school used to be the main force to destroy the Taoist sect, the situation is different now. There's a possibility of cooperation. Although the Immortal Emperor doesn't have a decree, we still need to test it first. Okay, I understand. Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the purpose of the true Confucian sect is to find the true essence of Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the goal of the true Confucian sect has always been to educate everyone regardless of background. All living things in the world, including the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect, even demons, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as they have a spirit and have the heart to be educated, they can be friends with us. When old Mr. Sun said this, Princess Xian frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Old Mr. Sun, please leave us for a moment. It seems that Mr. Lei has returned for something important. After old Mr. Sun left, not long after, Mr. Lei hurried over. His face was filled with joy. The moment he entered the library, he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, 9th Princess. This old man has good news to report to your Highness.
Oh.
Princess Xian smiled and said, What good news is it that made Mr. Lei return? by and has returned to the punishment hall with the Thunder Profound Province's punishment envoy. Mr. Lay went straight to the point.
Ah,
Bayan is back. Princess Xian was overjoyed. She stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, "Where was she demoted to? I actually couldn't find a trace of her after 1,000 years. Is her punishment over now? I'll let your highness know." Mr. Lay said somewhat awkwardly. When Miss Bayan pleaded guilty, it was the Empress who personally sealed her into the heavenly punishment prison crystal. The 3 provinces of the Thunder Profound Province didn't know about it. However, I already know that Miss Bayan was thrown into the hidden immortal continent, not the pure land of bliss that your highness guessed. Moreover, Miss Bayan's punishment isn't over yet. It's just that the power of heaven and earth shattered her heavenly punishment prison crystal. Now, the punishment envoy is already in the punishment hall checking the heavenly punishment prison crystal's law chains. Once he reports to the Empress, Miss Bayan can be released back to the palace. Great. Princess Xian clapped her hands and said, "What happened back then was the Gusu family's fault, but in order to appease the Confucians, they put all the blame on a female official of the school of the Emperor's Star. It's rather inappropriate." Bayan was able to escape in advance, which shows the mercy of heaven and earth. I don't dare to say too much about this. Mr. Lay cupped his hands and said, "I'll take my leave. When Miss Bayan returns to the school of the Emperor's Star, I'll come again to congratulate you." Chapter 3796. Thank you, Mr. Lay. Princess Xian was very happy. She cared a lot about Tao Wu. As the daughter of the high and mighty immortal emperor, her life was destined to be lonely. Tao Wu had been her playmate since she was young. The immortal law that Tao Wu violated was actually nothing. Even Gusu Chiori was not suppressed in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. As an accomplice, how could Tao Wu be punished? However, in order to warn Princess Xian, the Empress punished her severely. She was afraid that Princess Xian would repeat the same mistake. However, this punishment not only made Princess Xian feel guilty, but she also found several opportunities to go down to the lower realm to rescue her. As for Saint Jiangji's trip, he was also looking for Tao Wu. What Xian said to Xiao Hua was not a lie. Now that Princess Xian heard that Tao Wu was free, she was so happy that she could die. The burden in her heart was swept away. After sending Mr. Lay away, Mr. Sun also left. However, after he walked out of the school of the Emperor's Star, he thought for a bit and then flew to the east. Old Mr. Sun flew for a long time and saw that the palaces and pavilions on his left had become sparse. The glow of the immortal palace was also gradually dimming. Some rather strange light purple clouds gradually filled the entire sky. Amidst the clouds, an extremely majestic palace was revealed. Mr. Sun flew to the front of the palace. He looked at the 3 ancient inscriptions on the plaque that said Pure Jade Palace. He took a deep breath and carefully tidied his clothes. He respectfully bowed and said, "Junior Sun Yu is here to greet the master of the Pure Jade Palace."
come in.
A faint voice came from Sun Yu's ears. Sun Yu did not dare to stand up. He still said, "Thank you, master of the Pure Jade Palace." Then, a jade stone that looked like a flight of stairs appeared in front of the Pure Jade Palace. Sun Yu straightened up and walked onto the jade stone. Thousands of light purple inscriptions rushed out from the jade stone under his feet and wrapped around Sun Yu like tadpoles. They disappeared in a moment. When Sun Yu's figure appeared again, he was inside an extremely vast palace. However, this palace was quiet and there was no movement. It was as if there was no one inside. On the high jade platform, there was a golden throne with an old man sitting on it. This old man was wearing an emperor's robe, and clouds were flowing around his face. Images of mountains and rivers flashed in the clouds as if the old man's face was the mountains and rivers. Although the old man was just sitting there, he gave off a majestic feeling. Even the tallest mountain in the hidden immortal continent couldn't be compared to the old man's imposing manner, as if he was looking down on all the other mountains. Sun Yu composed himself and hurriedly came down from the jade stone. He prostrated himself and said, "Sun Yu greets the Jade Pure Palace Master."
Get up.
The voice of the master of the Jade Pure Palace was ethereal and extremely grand. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a gurgling stream, but inadvertently, it sounded like a thunderclap. Yes. Sun Yu stood up respectfully, not daring to raise his head even though he knew that the person sitting on the golden throne might not necessarily be the Jade Pure Palace Master's true body. After the Jade Pure Palace Master finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yu continued, "This junior has come to visit the Jade Pure Palace Master because I have something to report to you." And the Jade Pure Palace Master replied indifferently. Sun Yu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly told him about Princess Xion's encounter with Xiao Hua, as well as Xiao Hua and Taoist Master Qingsu. He asked, "This junior feels that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate. He should have a plan to contact the Ninth Princess, and definitely has ulterior motives. However, the Ninth Princess seems to have a good impression of Xiao Hua, so this junior doesn't dare to be at ease. If Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, then all of Xiao Hua's karma will be shielded by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Even if this junior wants to investigate, I may not be able to obtain the truth. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the Lord to investigate this Xiao Hua's background. If the Grand Mist Ancestor is shielding the heavens, even this prince won't be able to detect it." The Jade Pure Palace Master's voice was still calm. However, the Ninth Princess is one of my true Confucians. Her every action has a heavy influence on the world's Confucians. Your worries are very reasonable. Wait a moment. This prince will investigate. Thank you for your trouble, Jade Pure Palace Master. Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this, and replied respectfully. Boom! Just as Sun Yu's voice fell, the entire palace hall emitted a loud rumbling sound. The space under Sun Yu's feet became empty in an instant. Although Sun Yu didn't dare to raise his head, he clearly saw that the magnificent palace hall had disappeared. His surroundings were pitch-black starry skies. Woo! An extremely sharp sound came from the front of his head. Sun Yu couldn't help but sneak a glance. The Jade Pure Palace Master, who was originally sitting on the golden chair, had disappeared. Only a group of tadpole-like inscriptions on the golden chair was violently tumbling. The sharp sound came from the inscriptions on the golden chair. Puff, puff, puff. Sun Yu's gaze fell on the inscriptions on the golden chair. In the starry skies around the golden chair, tens of thousands of feet-long crystal threads as thick as a bull's mouth appeared. These crystal threads condensed an extremely pure and noble aura, and each thread contained a faint chanting sound. As the crystal threads surged in, each inscription on the armor rapidly expanded. The inscriptions on the armor glowed and surged with clouds. They were as dazzling as the stars. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that each inscription on the armor was giving birth to thousands of living creatures. His heart couldn't help but thump as he stared at the inscriptions on the armor. He somewhat understood that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for him. The inscriptions on the armor seemed to expand infinitely. When Sun Yu felt that there was no more starry skies in his eyes and that there was no room for anything else, with a loud bang, all the inscriptions on the armor burst apart at the same time. Human figures, beast figures, mountains, rivers, roads. It was as if the myriad forms of the world had filled Sun Yu's mind in an instant. See? As the true qi in Sun Yu's chest churned violently, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but cry out. You have just become a literary saint. The true qi in your chest isn't pure. It's not good to look at it for too long. It's enough if you can feel it. Just as the voice of the Jade Pure Palace's master seemed to appear everywhere, there was a rare hint of surprise in his tone. Sun Yu quickly retracted his gaze and secretly adjusted his breathing to stabilize his realm. His ears perked up again as he listened to the Jade Pure Palace's master. Woo-woo. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with all kinds of things. Scenes flashed past Sun Yu's body as if they were pushed by a big hand. Countless whistling sounds were produced between the scenes. The sound of the wind was also strange, causing Sun Yu to tremble in fear. After the time it took to eat a meal, all the scenes suddenly disappeared and turned into large inscriptions on the armor hidden in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight calmly appeared in the sky again. At this moment, on the golden throne, the Jade Pure Palace's master in his emperor's outfit appeared. There was no change from before. "My lord." Sun Yu probed, but the Jade Pure Palace's master didn't answer. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask more, and stood quietly to the side. After a while, the Jade Pure Palace's master said, "This Xiaohua's karma is also blocked. This king can only detect that he is near Jing province." See. Sun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked in his heart. He wasn't shocked that the Jade Pure Palace's master couldn't detect, but he was shocked that the Grand Mist Ancestor's layout was so high. Since the new princess had already entered the trap, it would be difficult for him to dissuade her. Could it be? Sun Yu hurriedly asked. The Grand Mist Ancestor's cultivation is so high that he can detect all kinds of things in the world? He can actually be in the Pure Land, waiting for the 9th princess? No. The Jade Pure Palace's master indifferently replied, "The method used to block Xiaohua's karma is different from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestors' method. This king can't confirm whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestors' disciple. Moreover, this king has a feeling that this Xiaohua is very important to us Confucian cultivators." Important? Sun Yu was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to verify whether Xiaohua was an enemy, but he didn't expect to get this result. The Jade Pure Palace's master sighed slightly. The entire starry sky was annihilated, and Sun Yu was once again standing inside the palace. This king has always believed that whether it is the military school, Confucian school, legalism school, Tao sect, Buddhism sect, or demon sect, as long as it can cultivate, it has a spirit. There are countless paths of cultivation, but there is only one way back. Since Xiaohua is proficient in Tao sect and Confucian cultivation, he is useful to us Confucian cultivators. It doesn't matter whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Junior understands. Sun Yu hurriedly bowed. Junior will arrange it. And, following the Jade Pure Palace's master's voice, inscriptions surged around Sun Yu's body. When the inscriptions disappeared, Sun Yu's figure once again appeared outside the Jade Pure Palace. Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing to the Jade Pure Palace's door, he hurriedly left. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by the Jade Pure Palace's master. At this time, he was standing outside the misty mountain maze formation that had almost disappeared, smiling as he spoke to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran looked at the submerged mountain peak and said, "Dao Xiao, it seems that this misty mountain maze formation is our opportunity. This time, it has sunk into the ground, and we don't know when it will come out. No one knows who the next fated fellow Taoist will be. Fate arises and perishes. Why does it have to be like this?" Xiaohua replied indifferently. But just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was like ice and snow covering his body, and even more so, it was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Who is it? Xiaohua was shocked, and his divine perception hurriedly swept out. Who? Zhang Daoran was also startled. At the same time, he flew up and swept out with his divine sense in the opposite direction. However, after a while, whether it was Zhang Daoran or Xiaohua, there was a strange expression on their faces because there was no one in their divine sense. "Dao is Xiao." Zhang Daoran curiously asked, "What did you find? It seems like someone is peeping." Xiaohua was still worried and looked left and right, but obviously, he didn't find anything. Chapter 30, 797. How about now? Zhang Daoren probed, with his divine sense for a moment. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, the doubt on his face grew heavier. He answered in confusion, "There seems to be more, but it also seems like there isn't. It's really strange." "Congratulations, Shinran Xiao." Zhang Daoren smiled and said, "Oh, where did the joy come from?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Zhang Daoren said, "Although Jinren Xiao didn't enter the real Immortals cave during the trip to the Misty Mountain Maze, you still gained something. Now that you're uneasy, it's a sign that you're about to break through a bottleneck." Hearing Zhang Daoren's words, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say perfunctorily, "Perhaps. You three nascent soul cultivators are about to step into the out-of-body realm. I should be able to take half a step, right?" Roar. At this moment, two long roars came from the distance at the same time. Two divine senses of equal strength swept over like waterfalls. Then, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi flew out from their secluded cultivation. "Congratulations, fellow Taoists." Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoren greeted them with smiles. Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi landed in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled. They bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "We have to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for your secret technique. Now, we have great confidence in controlling the growth of our realms. You're welcome." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "We're all Taoist cultivators. It's only right that we work together."
Haha.
Sun Kong Shangren laughed and said something to Xiao Hua. Zhang Daoren also asked Zhai Xingzi some things in a low voice. The four nascent soul cultivators understood that since they all came out of seclusion, it was time to say goodbye. "Zhai Xingzi." Gusu Qiudi's voice came. Behind her was a mysterious Gongshu Exine. "Oh, Qiu, or what's the matter?" Zhai Xingzi asked with a smile. "There's a small matter that I need to ask you, for a favor." Gusu Qiudi flew in front of Zhai Xingzi and asked politely. This made Zhai Xingzi's hair stand. "What is it?" "Tell me first," Zhai Xingzi said hurriedly. Gusu Qiudi looked at the four and smiled. "Exine entered Senior Songlongzi's cave with your help. Not only did she get his formation legacy, but she also got some of our Confucian cultivation methods. She is very happy and has refined a small imperial artifact during her seclusion. She would like to ask for your help to test the artifact's effect. How about Xingzi be the first?" "Hehe, if that's the case, of course you can." Zhai Xingzi smiled and looked at Gongshu Exine behind Gusu Qiudi. Gongshu Exine flew over and said with a smile, "I have to thank all of you seniors for being able to obtain so much. This little imperial equipment is something I learned from Senior Songlongzi's cave, so I would like to give it a try. Once again, I would like to thank the seniors for their tolerance." It had to be said that after several years of coexistence, Gongshu Exine's arrogant personality didn't seem so annoying. "What is this imperial artifact for?" Sun Kong Shangren looked at the imperial artifact in Gongshu Exine's hand that looked like a pearl and asked cautiously. "Hehe, nothing, just a little toy." Gongshu Exine was like a little fox that stole a hen, smiling very sweetly. "Xingzi," Gusu Qiudi said, "you are the first." "It's okay, I have already tested it." "Okay." Zhai Xingzi had nothing to say, so he obediently flew in front of Gongshu Exine. "Hehe, take out your hand and disperse your protective qi." Gongshu Exine put the pearl in the air and said, "Put it under the pearl." Zhai Xingzi did as he was told. Gongshu Exine pointed at the pearl and a string of inscriptions appeared on it. They rushed into Zhai Xingzi's skin like ants. Then, from a small circular hole on the pearl, a rainbow rushed out. This rainbow was divided into 7 colors, layer by layer. It looked very beautiful. Zhai Xingzi looked at the rainbow that had more than 10 layers and was really confused. He did not understand what it was for. "Hehe, it's Zhang Daoren Senior's turn." Gongshu Exine used her hand to hook the pearl, and the rainbow disappeared. "Qiu, what are you doing?" Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Gusu Qiudi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell you in a while." Zhang Daoren looked at Zhai Xingzi and did the same. Naturally, the rainbow flew out from the pearl again. There were 20 layers. Xiao Hua and Sun Kong Shangren at the side understood. This was probably an imperial artifact to test one's magic power. Sure enough, Sun Kong Shangren's rainbow was about the same as Zhang Daoren's. Forget it. Xiao Hua knew that his magic power was different from the other three. He waved his hand and said, "My cultivation method is different from the three of you. It's fine if I don't measure it."
Don't.
Gusu Chuti smiled and said, "Zhenren Zhao's magic power is outstanding. This is something we all know. Why don't you show it to everyone? Even if you have stepped into the out-of-body stage, it is still within our expectations." Sigh, all right. Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless. He dispersed the golden light protecting his body and withdrew his magic power and placed it on the pearl. Weng weng. When the inscription appeared, it let out a low rumbling sound. However, the inscription actually could not penetrate Xiao Hua's skin. Gongshu Exian frowned and said unhappily, "Senior Xiao, there is no need to do this. This little girl only wanted to see the effect of the imperial artifact. Aren't you being too narrow-minded?" "This," Xiao Hua said helplessly. "Go ahead and activate the imperial artifact. This Xiao is not unwilling."
All right.
Gongshu Exian was also helpless. She said, "Senior Xiao, it is best if you don't do anything to resist. Otherwise, this one's imperial artifact will not work. This one understands." Xiao Hua nodded. Weng weng weng. The imperial artifact let out more low rumbling sounds. The inscription madly rushed out. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's skin did not have any abnormalities, the inscription still could not penetrate. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart trembled again. He could not help but suddenly look up at the sky. At this moment, Gongshu Exian hurriedly activated the inscription. The inscription loudly fell and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, the rainbow on the pearl suddenly appeared. However, the rainbow rushed out for a while and then stopped. Although Xiao Hua did not pay attention, Gongshu Exian saw clearly that the rainbow was only 3 or 4 layers high. Although the rainbow was very blurry, the layers of color were very clear. "Ah!" Gongshu Exian cried out in surprise. "How is this possible? How can you be only 300 or 400 years old?" At the same time she lost her voice, Xiao Hua's feeling of terror disappeared, replaced by a kind of empty loneliness. Of course, at this time, Gongshu Isin's imperial equipment lost its rainbow color. All of the inscriptions disappeared at the same time. Xiao Hua came back to his senses. As if he understood something, he asked in a low voice, "Gongshu girl, what did you say?" "No, nothing." Gongshu Exian looked absent-mindedly at the pearl that had lost its luster. She replied absent-mindedly, "I was just talking about my own imperial artifact." Xiao Hua of course heard Gongshu Exian scream. Of course, he also saw the shock in Gongshu Exian's heart. He also understood that Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact was similar to the one the Imperial Thunder Sect used to select disciples. It was used to test bone age or lifespan. However, when it came to his own lifespan, Xiao Hua was also a bit depressed. In terms of bone age, his bones had been refined for a long time. Presumably, it was different from others. In terms of bloodline, he had the most holy bloodline in the relic world. He himself did not know the lifespan of this bloodline. Sure enough, Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact had already lost its luster. Even when Xiao Hua held the pearl in his hand, the pearl did not change. Xiao Hua already said, Xiao Hua's technique.
Xiao Hua explained. Boom.
Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, the pearl's luster suddenly became several thousand zhang. However, this luster did not seem to have any level. Impossible, how can you be only 300 years old? Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Gongshu Exian did not look at the imperial artifact at all. She was still muttering to herself, as if she was talking to herself. Taoist Master Xiao. At this time, Gusu had to tell the truth. She smiled apologetically. Exian is just a bit naughty. She wants to do some strange things. This imperial artifact is actually used to test lifespan. Just now, Brother Xingzi, Brother Dao Ran, and Brother Sun Kong, this concubine will not say any more. There was no need for Gusu to say more. Age was Gongshu Exian's pride. This imperial artifact used to test lifespan was also something she used to show off. However, she really did not expect that Xiaohua's age was really younger than hers. Moreover, his cultivation was much higher than Gongshu Exian's. At this moment, Gongshu Exian felt like she had smashed her own foot with a rock. She was looking for trouble for herself. At the last moment, she was looking for humiliation for no reason. Xiaohua, how old are you? Gongshu Exian did not seem to wake up from her shock. She still asked. Xiaohua was a bit helpless. He looked at Zhang Daoran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Gusu who were also surprised. He smiled and said, how old this Xiao is it that important? Haha, it is indeed not important. Zhang Daoran laughed and said, this is because Daoist Zhao's cultivation method is different. We can't generalize. That's right. Gusu hurriedly agreed. We have been in seclusion for a long time. Now is the time to return. That's right. Daoist Jiaxing. Xiaohua was very tactful. He cupped his hands and said, we will meet again someday. Xiaohua said and shouted loudly, Fujiwen, why aren't you following Master back to Blackwind Ridge? Yes, Masters. Fujiwen did not know why Xiaohua was suddenly so anxious. He hurriedly rushed out of seclusion and followed Xiaohua into the sky, far away. How is that possible? Could it be that he is really only 400 years old? Gongshu Exian's proud heart was really hit. Looking at Xiaohua's rapidly disappearing figure, she was still muttering in her heart, unable to let go for a long time. Chapter 30, 798. I will take my leave as well. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at Xiaohua's back and sighed in their hearts. How could they not know that Xiaohua had already revealed a corner of his strength? Did they already have an answer to their doubts about the Misty Mountain Maze formation? However, the four of them had already discussed the future matters. The two of them called out their disciples loudly and cupped their hands towards Zhai Xingzi and the others before flying far away. Xue Ping and the others came out a bit late and bowed deeply towards the direction Xiaohua left in. They knew very well that fate would sometimes end. This was that kind of moment. Perhaps they would have other opportunities in the future, but the fate between them and Xiaohua would end here. At this moment, an unusual treasure hunt had come to an end. However, Xiaohua's heart was still heavy as he flew in the air. That oppressive feeling that was like dark clouds didn't disperse for a long time. However, when he flew silently for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, without any warning, that heavy feeling suddenly disappeared. Even when Xiaohua formed hand seals to check, there was no trace of it. Forget it. At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know that he had already been noticed by others? Facing this kind of unfathomable cultivator, Xiaohua could only sigh slightly. I've been blindly concealing my cultivation, but I was still noticed by others. Now, let's take it one step at a time and see who did it. Xiaohua flew in the air uneasily. In a distant place, there was a beautiful palace. On a brocade chair, there was an indescribable old man. This old man's expression was somewhat ferocious, as if he was flustered and exasperated. He held a very strange jade eye in his hand and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, Kong Hongwu, to think that I placed such high hopes on you and gave you control of my forces on the hidden immortal continent. Look at you, a cultivator of the 5th grade essence force was actually killed by a Dao cultivator. How can you still have the face to see me? Even if you come to see me, I will personally kill you. I asked you to collect the 9 cauldrons. How many did you actually get? You've really ruined this old man's plans.
Who was it?
Who killed Kong Hongwu, who took away the 9 cauldrons. If this old man knows your name, I will definitely pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. Life is always like a sudden encounter. It's hard to avoid some kind of surprise. Xiao Hua killed Kong Hongwu for the sake of his own survival, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only had he attracted the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace, but he had also attracted the attention of the school of the Emperor Star, and then the master of the Tai Ching Palace. Now, he had also attracted the attention of the mysterious cultivator. Therefore, there was no such thing as fate in this world. Everything flowed in the river of karma. When Xiao Hua flew far away, he naturally took out his heavenly horse and flying carriage. He might not be able to find the direction himself, but with Fu Jiwen beside him, it only took him about a month to reach the vicinity of the Black Wind Ridge. However, when his Buddhist sense swept across the Black Wind Ridge, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Then, a cold frost hung on his face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Master, although Fu Jiwen's divine sense technique couldn't see that far, he could still feel Xiao Hua's anger. He hurriedly whispered, "Could it be that there's been a change in Black Wind Ridge?" "That's not it," Xiao Hua sneered. "How could the formation I laid down be so easily broken by others? It's just that I really didn't expect the temptation of the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to be so great. The monarch of the Bronze Pillar country really deserves to die." Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's words, but he didn't ask too much. Xiao Hua only pondered for a moment before instructing, "Disciple, slowly fly over by yourself. Master will go and help Li Xiang out." Along the way, Xiao Hua had already explained the general situation of the Black Wind Ridge. Fu Jiwen knew that Li Xiang was the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, when he heard Xiao Hua's instruction, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, go ahead. Disciple will be there soon." "Good," Xiao Hua said as he put away the flying chariot and Pegasus. He looked into the distance as lightning surged around his body.
Rumble.
A burst of thunderclaps resounded. Xiao Hua's figure was much faster than Fei Hong. He rushed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Tsk tisk." Fu Jiwen smacked his lips. He wanted to urge the cloud to fly faster, but after thinking for a moment, he knew that with his flying speed, the excitement would have already passed by the time he reached the Black Wind Ridge. Thus, he simply flew slowly, comprehending the mysteries of his wordless heavenly book while flying. Hiss, the lightning element 3 realms, is actually going to have a breakthrough? This is too fast, right? Xiao Hua had just urged the lightning escape technique when he immediately felt that there was something wrong with it. He couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly probed the realm of his cultivation method, but after probing, Xiao Hua frowned again. From the various signs of urging the lightning escape technique, there's nothing wrong with it. Even the true essence in the meridians, there's no problem with the mental cultivation method and realm. It seems that the lightning escape technique is really going to break through to the lightning transcendence realm soon. Ordinary cultivation methods, whether it's lightning escape technique, secret art, or secret art, would be extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stages. Without a great opportunity, one would not be able to succeed. Why is this Zhao's lightning evasion technique so fast? Thinking back to how difficult it was to cultivate in the past, until today, with almost every opportunity, this lightning escape technique can be improved. Isn't this too easy? However, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua understood. In the past few years in Song Longzi's cave, Xiao Hua had not only obtained Song Longzi's orthodoxy, but also the 5 elements escape technique. Now that Xiao Hua had successfully cultivated these escape techniques, under the promotion of the 5 elements escape technique, it was inevitable that the lightning escape technique would improve. In particular, Xiao Hua had also obtained the holy bloodline in the relic world. Now, although his body had not completely integrated with the holy bloodline, he was much stronger than ordinary monsters. After all, he had the body of a heavenly phoenix. a heavenly phoenix that was good at flying. The lightning escape technique originally had extremely harsh requirements for the tempering of the body. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the Imperial Thundersek's head, it would be impossible for him to stop at the level of Imperial Thundershock. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique was so fast, it could not be considered as shocking. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was 10, and one person was equivalent to 10 people cultivating. At the beginning, it was difficult to move forward, but now it was time to start showing its power. Xiao Hua had been in seclusion for 3 years in the Jade Mountains maze. It seemed that his cultivation had not made any progress, but Xiao Hua understood that he had already reached the late nascent soul stage. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would soon be able to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Of course, with Xiao Hua's current situation, even Xiao Hua himself did not know how to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Since that's the case, let's make the improvement more violent. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looking at the black wind mountain in the distance, and said coldly, "Let these bastards who don't know what's good for them know the power of this Xiao." Lightning flashed from high up in the sky, and the sound of thunder still lingered in the ears. Xiao Hua's figure instantly moved 100 li. This is... Xiao Hua's figure had just passed by when several Dao cultivators with different cultivation bases rushed out from hiding on the ground. Seeing Xiao Hua arrogantly flying away, they looked at him in astonishment, not knowing what to do. Then, they returned to hiding in the valley. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua was angry. Now, the Black Wind Mountain was really lively. The 100 li of Black Wind Mountain was almost completely surrounded by dozens of Confucian cultivators. These Confucian cultivators were not all dressed in Confucian robes. Instead, most of them were dressed in martial attire, and there were even some who were flying in the air wearing armor. Among them, many Confucian cultivators were stepping on auspicious clouds, and some Confucian cultivators were riding on flying horses. What was very eye-catching was that in the western sky, there was a group of Confucian cultivators who were actually riding various kinds of demon beasts. Outside the Black Wind Mountains formation, at the center, nascent soul Li Xiang stood in the air, holding a long, diamond-shaped magic treasure in his hand. Although Li Xiang's Taoist robe was damaged, and even the bun on his head was scattered, his expression was still calm as he looked towards the east. In front of Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion led their own demon beasts in 3 different directions, facing off against the Confucian cultivators. The 3 demon kings had many wounds on their bodies, and some of them were still bleeding. It was obvious that they had just been injured and did not have time to treat them. If the 3 demon kings were like this, how could the rest of the smaller demons be any better? The bear demons were the most miserable. Most of them had bloody wounds on their bodies, and a few of them even had their arms broken. The lion demons and birds of prey were much better, but they were also dispirited and had many of their wings broken. Opposite Li Xiang, in the east, stood a tall general with a long spear in his hand. The general's face was purple gold, and his beard extended to his chest, making him look very heroic. Not far below the general, there were also hundreds of soldiers riding fierce flying horses and holding various weapons in their hands. They were facing off against some of the bear demons and lion demons. At this moment, the general smiled and said, "Hee, fellow immortal Li. Although you and I were evenly matched just now, to tell you the truth, this old man did not intend to kill you. If fellow immortal insists on going about things the wrong way, then don't blame this old man for not showing mercy." Li Xiang said indifferently, "How ridiculous, Jiang Zhanghong. Why do you care about feelings between life and death? Besides, if you could kill me, why wait until now? You don't know how many times you've said these words in the past 6 months. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. I advise you, if you don't take this opportunity to kill me, then after a while, there will be other Confucian cultivators coming to drive your wind pavilion away. You should take advantage of this opportunity." "Good. In that case." Jiang Zhanghong's face was a little red. Of course, he wanted to kill Li Xiang. However, although Li Xiang's strength was not as strong as his, Li Xiang relied on the power of the capital star array. At every critical moment, Li Xiang would hide in the array, which really made it difficult for him to kill him. Of course, what Li Xiang said was not wrong. The wind pavilion under Jiang Zhonghong's control had driven away the wave pagoda, which had besieged the Black Wind Mountain, to occupy the east. Similarly, which of the dozens of forces besieging the Black Wind Mountain did not do the same? When more powerful forces came, presumably, Jiang Zhonghong's wind pavilion would also be driven away, right? Chapter 3799. Hey. Before Jiang Zhonghong could finish, a Confucian cultivator next to Changfeng Pavilion shouted, "Pavilion Master Jiang, your Changfeng Pavilion has already attacked. Is it our turn now?" Jiang Zhonghong looked at the sturdy Confucian cultivator next to him, who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a dragon spear. He said loudly, "Xia Han, I just fought with Black Wind Ridge. It hasn't even been a meal's time, and you're already so anxious?" "A meal's time is also a fight," Xia Han sneered, raised the dragon's spear in his hand, and shouted, "Boys, kill for me. Kill." There were more than 1,000 people behind Xia Han. These disciples were all riding strange beasts. Although the weapons in each disciple's hand were different, they all roared and activated their weapons. Inscriptions appeared one after another, attracting thousands of noble qi. These noble qi turned into dozens of dragon shapes, crazily pouncing on the lion spirits. As for Xia Han, he didn't even wait for Jiang Zhonghong's reply. When he raised the dragon spear, several noble qi pillars crashed into the spear. Roar. The dragon spear's body was covered with dense inscriptions. Under the activation of genuine qi, it also flew to Li Xiang's side like a huge dragon. Haha, this is the Confucian cultivator who rules the world with etiquette and law. Li Xiang wasn't surprised by Xia Han's sneak attack. He laughed and said, "What's the difference between this and a robbery? Fine, fine, fine. Li Xiang will return the favor." After that, Li Xiang waved his magic weapon, and several rings of light flew out from the side of the rhombus. They rushed into the sky, trying to trap the dragon's head and tail. The remaining ones hit the dragon's abdomen fiercely. "You dare to fight with me?" Jiang Zhonghong saw Xia Han attack and immediately shouted, "Disciples, kill! Kill!" The hundreds of disciples of Changfeng Pavilion also roared. All kinds of weapons flew out, creating huge clouds in the air, and pounced on the bear spirit. "Kill!" The black bear glanced at the white lion, and the two demons roared at the same time. The bear spirit and the lion spirit activated their demon clouds and spat out demon qi. The weapons in their hands actually glowed as they charged forward. Jiang Zhonghong, Xia Han, just you wait. Seeing that the two of them had broken the rules and attacked at the same time, the Confucian cultivators around Blackwind Ridge began to clamor. Immediately, the air above Blackwind Ridge became chaotic again. However, this chaos only lasted for a moment. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining dozen or so forces shamelessly activated their true qi and rushed toward the fairies in the center of the Blackwind Ridge. Li Xiang's halo had just landed on the coiling dragon's body when the coiling dragon swung its tail. A sharp, cold light flashed from the coiling dragon's head, and the halo was shattered by the spearhead. As the coiling dragon swung its tail, the halo was also sent flying. Several halos hit the body of the coiling dragon, and the inscriptions on the body of the coiling dragon changed greatly, revealing the original engraved inscriptions. However, only for a moment, the coiling dragon swam again, and a sharp murderous aura forced into Li Xiang's protective true qi, causing the nascent soul in Li Xiang's body to become restless. Alas, Li Xiang sighed slightly. He knew that although Xia Han's character was not good, he was still a master of a sect, and his strength had already surpassed his own. Go. Li Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his left hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly, and the flag shook. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky shook, and a stream of heaven and earth essence chi appeared out of thin air. This essence chi was like a giant wall, separating the bear spirit, the lion spirit, and the birds. It also blocked Jiang Zhonghong, Xiahan, and the other Confucian cultivators outside the wall. Boom! Xiahan's coiling dragon spear was too late, and it hit the chi wave. The coiling dragon spear stagnated in the air for a moment, and then a huge counterforce was generated from the tip of the spear. The whole coiling dragon spear flashed back like lightning and stabbed straight into Xiahan's chest. Its speed was even faster than the previous attack. Although Xiahan was somewhat prepared, he was still caught unprepared. The end of the spear hit Xiahan's Confucian robe, and layers of inscriptions appeared and disappeared in a moment. The coiling dragon spear pierced through Xiahan's Confucian robe and directly stabbed into the body of a Confucian cultivator behind Xiahan. Ah! That Confucian cultivator was only a scholar, and just as he was alerted, the end of the coiling dragon spear had already pierced through his body. The Confucian cultivator screamed miserably as his corpse fell from the sky. Moreover, before the corpse fell to the ground, its flesh and blood had already been torn apart, leaving only the eerie white bones. Xiahan was embarrassed, and Jiang Zhonghong was not much better. The other 10 or so Confucian cultivators also suffered under the capital star array. Even a 4th-level origin energy master was like this, not to mention their disciples. Thousands of people were counterattacked by the capital star array and suffered different degrees of injuries. Xiahan, Jiang Zhonghong said as he used the long spear to heal his injuries. Seeing that the sky above Black Wind Ridge was already empty, he knew that Li Xiang had already returned to the array with the 3 demons. He could not help but be furious. It wasn't easy for us to force Li Xiang to fight, but you didn't act according to our plan? Hee, do you think your plan will work? Xiahan also used the spirit medicine and unceremoniously retorted, "Isn't it just luring the snake out of its hole and killing it? Who doesn't know? We have besieged Black Wind Ridge for who knows how long. Do you think Li Xiang is a fool? He has never left the range of the Black Wind Ridge array. As long as this array exists, we can't attack Black Wind Ridge at all." Jiang Zhonghong immediately stomped his foot in midair and scolded, "Since you know this, why don't you take turns to fight? First exhaust Li Xiang's dermic power, and when he slacks off, you immediately take away his array flag? Why do you have to do it before Jiang Zhonghong? I was injured by him a few months ago. Today, I want to regain my face. Can I do that?" Xiahan naturally would not tell Jiang Zhonghong that his coiled dragon spear had been tempered and poisoned. As long as the tip of the spear touched Li Xiang's body, Li Xiang would definitely be killed. He was afraid that Jiang Zhonghong would have the same idea as him to snatch the credit. In the distance, a short man with a fat figure also shouted gloomily, "Master Xia is too unkind. Once you attack, that Li Xiang will be scared again. He will hide in Black Wind Ridge and won't come out for a few months. You and I will have to wait here in vain again." So, what if we wait in vain? If you have the ability, then break the array in Prim Country? Wang Pai, you are the imperial preceptor of Prim Country. Don't tell me you don't even have this method? Xiahan's face had a rogue expression of "bite me," which really made people feel helpless. If I had this method, why would I have to wait until now? Wang Pai snorted coldly from his nose. He was very displeased with Xiahan's "one piece of rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge" behavior. He said, "Besides, didn't Prim Country invite a few array masters to break the array last year? If they can't do it, how can I do it?" Sigh, everyone stop arguing. A Confucian cultivator wearing a crown flew over and waved his hand. "There's no point in talking about this. It's better for us to think about how to break the array." How to break the array? Is there a need to discuss? We can either find an array master or invite a senior with upper 5th grade essence force. It's useless no matter how many 4th grade essence force masters we have. Wang Pai rolled his eyes and looked a little discouraged. It's naturally useful if there are more 4th grade essence force masters. Jiang Zhonghong said coldly. However, there's only one five-dragon Imperial Jade Seal. The more people there are, the messier it will be. It's better not to have many. There are seniors with upper 5th grade essence force, but they are not willing to take action for these mundane matters. After all, they have already experienced the mortal world and do not want to repeat the same mistakes. Xia replied with a bitter smile. Besides, although the array in Black Wind Ridge is powerful, Li Xiang is only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he invite a 5th grade essence force master like us to help? Wouldn't that be slapping the seniors in the face? This old man did go to the Gongshu aristocratic family once the year before last. Unfortunately, the Gongshu aristocratic family did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Yu province. Furthermore, their most powerful array master, Gongshu Isin, did not seem to be in the clan. The Confucian cultivator with the crown couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a few more Confucian cultivators flew over from afar and couldn't help but shout, "Then, are we still guarding this place?" "That's the only way," Xia said coldly. "Since we've already wasted so much time, why should we be afraid of wasting a few more days? They are holed up in the Black Wind Ridge's array formation, and there will be a day when they are at the end of their rope. As long as Li Xiang slacks off even a little, we will have a chance to break the array." Have you all seen the Jiang country that is yet to be established? That princess of Jiang country really didn't take the five-dragon Imperial Jade Seal? Indeed not. They are the founding of the Dao sect, so there is no point in asking for the Imperial Jade Seal. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country swore a blood oath that she had never seen any five-dragon Imperial Jade Seal, and she even said that the five-dragon Imperial Jade Seal had been taken away by the Copper Pillar State. A small country like Jiang, he shouldn't be lying. Furthermore, there aren't any special Dao sect cultivators near the princess of Jiang country. Xia laughed. "That bullshit Xiao Hua. I heard that he went to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai Gathering. He has already returned from the Yaotai Gathering to establish a country, but there are still no traces of him. Yes, I heard that the Yaotai Gathering this time was extremely brutal. The cultivators of the Dao sect had internal strife, and 9 out of 10 had died. Don't talk so much nonsense." Zhang Zhonghong waved his hand. "My son and I have come here eagerly. We can't just disperse like this. Let's go, everyone. Let's work together and consume the elemental energy of this Black Wind Ridge's formation." That's right. The Confucian cultivators laughed out loud. In ancient times, there was a foolish old man who moved the mountain. Today, we have painstakingly broken the formation. We are not afraid that the formation of this Dao sect will not be broken. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, shouts of killing rose again. Thousands of Confucian cultivators surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation and attacked. On the Black Wind Ridge, a light that soared into the sky appeared once again. "Damned Li Xiang, quickly come out and accept your death. I will tear off your head and drink wine." The generals felt bored and actually started to curse in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge. However, while they were attacking excitedly, the Black Wind Ridge was abnormally quiet. Rumble. Just as the Confucian cultivators were bustling with noise and excitement, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. At the same time, an ice-cold spiritual sense swept over from afar. Chapter 3800.
Who is it?
The group of Confucian cultivators were stunned. Everyone was swept by the divine sense and felt a sense of fear. They all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of lightning that was much faster than Yuanying rainbow transformation. A small figure appeared in the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. A cold voice ruthlessly sounded in their ears. "I am that dog fart Xiao Hua you speak of." Xiao Hua. Xia turned pale with fright and shouted, Why aren't you dead yet?" "Because you aren't dead yet." Xiao Hua's voice suddenly became extremely loud. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears. It was also at this time that Xiahan suddenly felt that there wasn't a trace of air around him. Even breathing was difficult. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged his qi to resist. However, not to mention that his qi seemed to have stagnated, it was extremely difficult to move. Even that righteous qi didn't appear from the void. The strangest thing was that a sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared in midair, as if an invisible meteorite was falling from the sky.
Ah!
At this time, how could Xiahan not know that this was Xiaohua's method? As he shouted, he hurriedly waved his coiled dragon spear to resist. Hong. Qi waves suddenly rolled. Not only Xiahan, even the area several li above the wandering dragon sex people showed abnormal signs. The powerful divine sense hammer was pressing down. It was several times more vicious than Falling Star.
Ah!
Xiahan let out a blood-curdling scream. The coiling dragon spear in his hand was smashed into pieces. Although the coiling dragon robe was surging with inscriptions, and a vivid and lifelike coiling dragon flew out from the coiling dragon robe, Xiahan's strength was only at the intermediate 4th grade of origin energy. He was even inferior to Taoist Master Chu Foam, so how could he withstand Xiao Hua's furious attack? The coiled dragon howled and turned into inscriptions that were destroyed. As Xiahan's flesh and blood flew out, the shadow of the primordial spirit just appeared. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and it burst like a bubble. Xiahan, a Confucian cultivator with the status of a master, didn't even see Xiao Hua's face. He didn't even have time to use many of his methods before he died. Since Xiahan was like this, how good could wandering dragon sex disciples be? Hundreds of disciples were turned into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Ah! Xiao Hua's attack was too swift and fierce, and his methods were even more unfathomable. All the Confucian cultivators were completely stunned. No matter what realm he was in, they seemed to have completely forgotten their purpose as they stood in the air, watching the falling blood mist. Run! In the silent sky where only the mountain wind could be heard, someone suddenly shouted. The entire deathly silent scene suddenly came to life. Demonic beasts and flying horses neighed, countless noble qi roared, and inscriptions crazily surged. Thousands of Confucian cultivators fled in all directions like headless flies. Anyone can leave. Xiao Hua's majestic voice once again resounded in the air. Only you can't leave. You actually dared to attack this old man's disciple in front of this old man. You must be tired of living. When the Confucian cultivators heard this, they were all scared out of their wits. One by one, they desperately urged their true qi. At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had hurt the Black Wind Ridge's disciples just now. Woo! The wind rose again, and a nascent soul stagehand of several acres in size suddenly flew out from the distance, grabbing at the Changfeng Pavilion's disciples. Damn it! Zhang Zonghong's heart suddenly jumped. How could he not know that his attack on Li Xiang was seen by Xiao Hua? He secretly cursed and clapped his hands. Two colored true qi gushed out, and a medium-sized sub-body quickly appeared on top of his head. Moreover, Zhang Zhonghong threw his hand, and layers of inscriptions appeared on the long spear. The whole spear began to expand, and when it fell into the sub-body's hand, the long spear was already dozens of feet long. Unfortunately, just as Zhang Zonghong's sub-body condensed, Xiao Hua's nascent soul stage hand had already fallen. Kaboom, kaboom. An obscure sound was heard. The space where Zhang Zhonghong was located had already been imprisoned by Xiao Hua's big hand. Not only was Zhang Zhonghong's sub-body on the verge of collapse under the pressure of a vast force, the layers of inscriptions inside the sub-body shook violently. Dozens of disciples who were slightly closer to Zhang Zhonghong were also standing in the air, unable to fly even half an inch. Destroy. At this time, Xiao Hua had already flown a few miles away, and he coldly growled. Boom! Zhang Zonghong's sub-body collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inscriptions scattered and disappeared in the air. The long spear was also bent by Xiao Hua's big hand within the inscriptions. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of oppressive sounds of flesh and blood exploding incessantly rang out. Masses of blood were like flowers blooming in winter, tragically blooming. Ah! As the rest of the fleeing Confucian cultivators fled for their lives, some of them still paid attention to the situation behind them. Seeing this, all of their faces turned ashen. Their hearts trembled in fear, and they secretly prayed that Xiao Hua wouldn't start a massacre again. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, layers of fine thunderbolts suddenly appeared in an area of more than 10 miles to the left of the Black Wind Ridge. Accompanying the thunderbolts were layers of green silk invisible to the naked eye. This green silk fell on the Confucian cultivators, and they all hugged their heads and growled. Their figures rapidly fell, and then the thunderbolts appeared again. Crack, crack, crack. They hit everyone, and at the same time, there were waves of screams. It wasn't until thousands of cultivators fell to the ground that Xiao Hua's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge, like a god. Master, Master, Master is back. The movement outside the Black Wind Ridge was clearly seen in the capital star array. Seeing such a wonderful method, how could the Black Bear's spirit not know that Xiao Hua had returned? He was blessed by the heavens. Holding a small flag in his hand, he tore open the capital star array and rushed out, shouting in joy, ignoring the resentful gazes of the white lion and the golden eagle behind him. Xiao Hua looked at the obedient Black Bear spirit and smiled. It's been hard on you during this period. It's not hard, it's not hard. To be able to see Master return safely, this little one is happier than anything else. As the Black Bear's spirit spoke, a few drops of tears actually squeezed out of his small eyes. Xiao Hua scolded in annoyance. If you're happy, then be happy. Don't go overboard. Master, I'm innocent. The Black Bear's spirit hurriedly cried. People say that when relatives meet, their eyes are filled with tears. If this little one doesn't squeeze out some tears, it will make me seem distant from Master. Forget it. Xiao Hua smiled. This old man knows what you're thinking. You don't have to be like this. Yes, Master. As the Black Bear's spirit spoke, Li Xiang activated the array flag in the capital star array below him and opened the array. The golden eagle, white lion, and the other demons flew out. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei also followed behind Li Xiang and the others with smiles. Greetings, Master. The golden eagle and white lion weren't as thick-skinned as the Black Bear spirit. They didn't dare to get too close. They stood behind the Black Bear spirit and bowed in the air. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. All of you, get up. This old man has seen your hard work. This old man is confident about what I promised you earlier. When the time is right, I'll let you all start cultivating. Right now, the plan is to send these Confucian cultivators away. Since they've disturbed my Black Wind Ridge for so long, it's time to let them know the power of my Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The golden eagle and white lion were startled at first, then they were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This little one thanks Master for his kindness." Then, the Black Bear's spirit waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's go and kill this group of Confucian cultivators. I've been stifled for so many years. Kill." All the demons that swarmed out shouted loudly, as if the wounds on their bodies no longer hurt. Daoist Xiao. Only now did Li Xiang come over to greet him. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood obediently at the side, their eyes filled with joy. They said softly, "Disciple greets Master." Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, secretly happy in his heart. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely rush to greet him before Li Xiang, but today, they were ranked behind Li Xiang. It must be because Li Xiang had imparted his strength to them, which caused them to be respectful. This kind of intentional action naturally showed the virtue of the two of them.
And
Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He looked at the few disciples around him and frowned at Li Xiang. He asked curiously, This Xiao remembers that other than Xiongyi, there are many Golden Core disciples who joined my fortune gate. Why didn't any of them come? Could it be that something went wrong? Also, even if they didn't come, there are still some late nascent soul cultivators who came. Why didn't they come? Why did they let you suffer here alone? Haha. Li Xiong smiled mysteriously. Daoist Xiao is mistaken. Not only did Xiongyi bring dozens of Golden Core cultivators to join my fortune gate, even Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and Prince Lan are here. Then, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through the capital star formation, and his frown relaxed. But then he became even more curious. Fellow Daoist Li, what medicine are you selling in the gourd? But when he saw Li Xiong's slightly furrowed brows, he realized something. Oh, this old man understands. Daoist Xiao is only thinking about one thing. There is another thing that Daoist Xiao has never thought of. Li Xiong said. He looked at the sun that was about to set and smiled. It seems that it's about time. Daoist Xiao should return to his cultivation cave first. Everything will be clear tomorrow. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. He glanced at the Confucian cultivator who was being chased by so many demons, then flew into the capital star formation. On the Black Wind Ridge, just as Li Xiong said, Xiongyi, Changyu, Wu Tian, and the other Fortune Gate disciples were standing at the front. When they saw Xiao Hua return, they hurried to greet him and said, "Disciple greets master."
Rise.
Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and looked at Xiongyi with a smile. You came up with this idea for Li, right? Master is indeed clever. Xiongyi smiled. Disciple received Master's request and brought several junior brothers to the Black Wind Ridge. When I saw the situation in Jiang country, I knew that Master was right, so I made this arrangement. Chapter 3801. And there's no need to talk about it now. Let's talk about it in detail later. Xiao Hua had already noticed that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, Qin Xiaoyao, and the rest were not present. The people from Jiang country were also not present. He already understood something and waved his hand. Yes. Xiongyi didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the Black Wind Ridge. The late nascent soul stage cultivators Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian also flew over to greet Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at these cultivators with a smile on his face and greeted them one by one. On the Black Wind Ridge, Li Xiong and Xiongyi were considered family, while Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were guests. Xiao Hua still had enough patience to treat them. After the greeting, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "The two of you are very trustworthy. You came to the Black Wind Ridge early. However, it seems that there are still quite a few of you who didn't keep your promise." And Daoist Xiao is right. Ao Zhantian nodded. The number of cultivators gathered at the Black Wind Ridge today is 30% less than the other day. There are indeed some cultivators who didn't take the blood oath seriously. Shui Mingzi smiled and said, "Of course, they must have their own difficulties. And the rest will have to discuss this matter with Daoist Xiao later." All right. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Ridge. The brocade chair in his cave had been taken out and placed on it. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were already standing on both sides of the brocade chair. The area in front of the brocade chair had already been cleared and no one dared to get too close. "Master, please take a seat." Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei saw Xiao Hua's gaze and bowed at the same time. "Daoist Xiao, please take a seat." Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi naturally also saw the scene of Xiao Hua killing Xie Han and Jiang Zhanghong. They knew that their cultivation was far inferior to Xiao Hua's, so they also said respectfully. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He didn't use wind escape or any other flying techniques. Instead, he walked step by step to the front of the brocade chair. Following Xiao Hua's walk, Li Xiong, Xiongyi, Changyu, and the others also hurriedly flew and stood in their positions. When Xiao Hua sat on the brocade chair, Xiongyi and the rest bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Master." This cheer was truly like a tsunami. The echo lingered around the entire mountain peak and did not calm down for a long time. Greetings, Daoist Xiao. After Xiong Yi and the others greeted Huang Xiaolong, Ao Zhantian, Xue Mingzi, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. Disciples and fellow Taoists, please rise. Xiao Hua looked at everyone who had their heads lowered, and an indescribable feeling of heroism arose in his heart. He raised his hand and smiled. While this old man wasn't here, I've made everyone work hard. Today, this old man has returned. In the future, my Black Wind Ridge will no longer have to worry about the harassment of Confucian cultivators. If one of them comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. Even if 1,000 come, we'll kill 1,000 of them. Master is mighty. Xiong Yi and the others naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's heroic words, and they all respectfully replied. Fellow Taoist Xue Mingzi and the other Taoists, what I said before also counts now. This Black Wind Mountain Range is your home, your shelter on the hidden immortal continent. If you have any problems, you can come to Black Wind Mountain Range. I will make the decision for you. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Xue Mingzi and the others naturally had to express their stance, and they all replied in unison. Then, Li Xiang and the others stepped forward and roughly explained the situation of Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua looked at everyone and smiled. Everyone has worked hard.
Please rest for a while.
This old man will arrange a banquet with He Xiong and the others. Today, we'll drink until we're drunk. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. The group of cultivators expressed their gratitude, but they didn't really care. After all, they had already seen the situation of Black Wind Ridge. How could there be good wine and good food? After everyone dispersed to cultivate, Xiao Hua led Xue Mingzi and the others into the cave. After everyone sat down, Xue Mingzi glanced at Ao Zhantian and said, Daoist Xiao, after this one bid farewell to you, I returned to my cave and made some arrangements before coming to Black Wind Ridge. However, on the way here, this one heard some things about the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. I wonder if Daoist Xiao has heard of it? And this Xiao has naturally heard of it. Xiao Hua nodded. However, this Xiao doesn't understand what happened to the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. As for what exactly happened, even now, we still don't know. Ao Zhantian continued from the side. However, it seems that the matter is very serious. There are some rumors that Kong Hongwu has been killed.
Ah,
Kong Hongwu? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Kong Hongwu is a martial grandmaster with 5th grade essence energy. Among the cultivators who participated in the Yaotai Mountain gathering, who has such ability? Ao Zhantian and Xue Mingzi knew that Xiao Hua was very strong, but they didn't think that Xiao Hua could kill Kong Hongwu with 5th grade essence energy. Xue Mingzi's face was slightly embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, Daoist Xiao has just returned. And the others had some thoughts before, but we should mention it now. However, the current situation is too strange. It's like the silence before the thunder. No one knows when the Confucian cultivators will make trouble. I discussed with Brother Ao, and we feel that it's better to tell Daoist Xiao as soon as possible. How could Xiao Hua not understand? He smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, you mean? Cough, cough. Our blood oath is still valid. Xue Mingzi coughed, and he felt that his face was a little hot. He smiled and said, however, we hope that Daoist Xiao won't detain us in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This way, not only will it easily cause a misunderstanding among the Confucian cultivators, but it will also invite the Immortal Palace to kill us at such a sensitive time. Moreover, in I's opinion, those fellow Taoists who don't dare to come may not be afraid of the blood oath, but are afraid of provoking a fatal disaster. Is this the result of everyone's discussion? Xiao Hua still asked with a smile on his face. Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's hearts thumped. They looked at each other, and a trace of gloominess flashed in their eyes. However, Ao Zhantian still nodded and said, That's right. We discussed this matter before Daoist Xiao returned. Because of this, you allowed Li Xiang and He Xiong to fight outside the formation. Were you hiding inside the formation? Xiao Hua's face suddenly turned cold, and he asked, We wouldn't dare. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly explained. At this time, Xiong Yi hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, "This was disciple's idea. Master, please don't blame the 2 seniors." And Xiao Hua nodded. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, "Daoist Xiao, before we arrived at the Black Wind Mountain Range, we were stopped by fellow Daoist Xiong Yi's disciples. We didn't even meet the Confucian cultivators who were besieging the Black Wind Mountain Range. We only knew that fellow Daoist Xiong Yi did this to hide the Black Wind Mountain Range, so we stayed in the Black Wind Mountain Range. If there really was a problem, do you think that we wouldn't intervene?" It seems that I have misunderstood you 2 fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "I will think about what fellow Taoist said for a few days. When I have a result, I will discuss it with you." Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian cupped their fists and said, "Rest assured, Daoist Xiao. We have experienced life and death with Daoist Xiao. No matter what Daoist Xiao decides, our blood oath is still valid." Xiao Hua got up and sent them out, then sat back down. He looked around and said with a smile, "The outsiders have left. Only my Fortune Gates disciples are left. Xiong Yi, tell me, what is going on?" At this time, another Xiao Hua saw an unfamiliar disciple coming in from outside. He bowed and said, reporting to Master, "There is a Confucian cultivator named Fu Jiwen outside the formation. He says that he is Master's disciple, and indeed, let him in." Xiao Hua nodded and was about to speak to Xiong Yi when he saw the disciple's hesitant expression. Xiao Hua asked curiously, "What's wrong?"
That.
The disciple smiled bitterly. The Black Bear King killed him because he thought that Fu Jiwen was also a Confucian cultivator and fought with him. Although Fu Jiwen said that he was Master's disciple, the Black Bear King didn't believe him. This Black Bear King, how could he be Fu Jiwen's opponent? Xiao Hua chuckled and released his divine sense, shouting a few words in a low voice. Sure enough, not long after, the Black Bear King walked in with a sad expression on his face. Behind him was a smiling Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen recognized Xiao Jian and Yuanya, but he didn't recognize the people in the Black Wind Ridge. He looked around and bowed, "Master. And this is Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. They are both your junior brothers. As for the other senior brothers, let them introduce you." Xiao Hua nodded. "Yes, Master." Fu Jiwen looked at Lu Yi, who was waving at him, and smiled as he walked over to stand beside the 2. "Master, The Black Bear King felt wronged and said, "You have accepted one disciple after another. When will you accept this little one as your disciple?"
What?
"You want to be this old man's disciple?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. When the Black Bear King heard this, he smiled and said, "Look at what Master is saying. This little one is the gatekeeper of Master's cave abode. How would I dare to let Master accept a disciple? It's just that Master's disciples are each more powerful than the other, and this one who hasn't even introduced himself beat this little one up, this little one's heart. Senior brother Black Bear." Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle from his chest and handed it to the Black Bear King, saying, "This is a 3rd transformation spirit pill that I got from the side. It seems to be useful to senior brother. Please accept it as my apology." Junior brother, you're too polite." The Black Bear King took the jade bottle and held it tightly, but his mouth gave in and said, "If you do this, won't it make senior brother look too stingy?" "Not at all, not at all." Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Senior brother Black Bear brought the other junior brothers to guard the Black Wind Ridge for Master. With so much hard work, this little bit of spirit pill is nothing. In the future, this little one will have to rely on senior brother Black Bear in the Black Wind Ridge." Well said, well said." The Black Bear King flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle, then said casually, "The Black Wind Ridge is ours. The one we have to rely on is Master." Chapter 38:02. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and ignored the Black Bear spirit. He looked at Xiong Yi and said, "I've been disturbed by this Black Bear. Xiongyi, tell me the situation. Yes, master. Xiongyi hurriedly explained the situation after he arrived at the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua gradually understood. It turned out that Xiongyi had brought Wu Tian, Changyu, and dozens of other golden core cultivators to the Black Wind Ridge safely, but they were faced with the siege of several Confucian cultivators. Of course, with Xiongyi and Changyu's strength, as well as the help of Li Xiang and the Black Bear's spirit, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the Black Wind Ridge. But after Xiongyi entered the formation and told Xiaohua about the arrangements, Li Xiang was in a difficult position. Li Xiang had promised Xiaohua that he would consider leaving the Black Wind Ridge after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Since Xiaohua didn't return, he couldn't leave. This was somewhat different from his original intention. However, Li Xiang still chose to stay after being persuaded by Xiongyi's glib tongue. Although Li Xiang did not hand over the array flag that controlled the capital star array, he had handed over the planning of the Black Wind Ridge to Xiongyi. Soon after, Xiongyi discovered that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, and the original forces of Jiang Country had left the Black Wind Ridge with Jiang Country's Chongling princess. Now, the Black Wind Ridge was filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Then, while Xiongyi arranged the manpower, he discussed with Changyu and Wu Tian, and then explained to Li Xiang what Xiaohua knew. Li Xiang was surprised, but he also listened to Xiongyi's arrangements. He still supported the entire Black Wind Ridge on the surface. Xiongyi and the others' arrival was not only hidden from the surrounding Confucian cultivators, but also from Xiao Jian and the others. Then, Xiongyi arranged for the Fortune Gate disciples to break out of the Black Wind Ridge's encirclement and hide hundreds of li away. Whenever they saw a Dao cultivator heading to the Black Wind Ridge, they would come out to meet them. If they were going to the Black Wind Ridge to serve, they would also secretly enter the Black Wind Ridge with them. However, as time passed, not only was Li Xiang surprised and felt incredulous, even Xiongyi felt pressure. After all, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, Royal Highness Lan, and dozens of nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators were all here. Any one of them would be famous anywhere in the hidden immortal continent and would attract the attention of the Immortal Palace. Now that all of them were gathered at Black Wind Ridge, that was simply courting death. Fortunately, the arrival of Shui Mingzi and the others was not completely noticed by the Confucian cultivators surrounding the mountain. Even if some of them felt that something was wrong, the strength of the people surrounding the mountain would change after a short period of time. There was no need to fear that someone would see the true strength of Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion would go out to fight every once in a while. Usually, they would be defeated and return as a cover. Of course, this time, the Black Bear's spirit and the others were prepared. Unlike the previous time, they had no fear or thoughts of escaping. Moreover, Xiongyi also made it clear that Xiaohua had some matters to attend to and had gone somewhere else. He would be back soon, although this soon would be several years in a flash. When Xiaohua heard the end, he finally understood Xiongyi's plans. He couldn't help but admire this astute disciple. He nodded with a smile and said, "Xiongyi, you have arranged well. Master is very satisfied. You have worked hard. Master is too kind." "This is what this disciple should do," Xiongyi answered humbly. "Then the imperial tutor's lot?" Xiaohua thought, and asked with a smile. "Today, I presume the Chongling princess has already revived her country?" "Good, Master knows," Xiongyi hurriedly answered. "The imperial tutor's lot is still in junior sect brother Changyu's hands. This disciple has not given it to the Chongling princess." "Oh?
Why?"
Xiaohua was surprised. "Isn't the imperial tutor's lot used for the Chongling princess to establish a country? Could it be that the Jiang country still hasn't recovered?" Xiongyi turned to look at the silent Li Xiang and said, "Good. Master knows that the imperial tutor's lot needs the imperial tutor's essence blood to be used. If Master does not return, this disciple does not dare to act on his own." "Essence blood?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the life bond spirit tablets of the cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain continent. He thought to himself, damn, it seems this is a method the Immortal Palace uses to control the cultivators of the Taoist sections. How can this old man be fooled? It is this old man's mistake. I forgot about this. Xiao Hua nodded. All right, the Chongling princess must be anxious from waiting. In a few days, I will send the imperial tutor's lot over and let you be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. This disciple does not want to be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Xiong Yi shook his head firmly.
Oh,
What is it? Is this old man the one who obtained the imperial tutor's lot? So only this old man can be the imperial tutor? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiong Yi said with a smile, that is not the case. However, after tomorrow, Master can make a decision.
why?
Xiao Hua was curious. Hee, this disciple will keep you in suspense first. Master will know everything tomorrow. Xiong Yi replied mysteriously again. Xiao Hua did not ask more about this matter, and asked again. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others? Fellow Taoist Li, say something. Li Xiang seemed to be awakened by Xiao Hua and said with a smile, this matter, actually when Senior Shui Mingzi came, this one had already thought about it. The two old seniors are right. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. The situation of the hidden immortal continent is especially sensitive now. If you do not want to provoke the Immortal Palace, Jinren should not be too high-profile about this matter. It is better to let them go first. Since there is a blood oath as a restriction, they are still Jinren's help. They are scattered around the hidden immortal continent and are also Jinren's forces. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Xiong Yi also had the same opinion and said with a smile, Master, there was a change in the Yaotai conference. I think the Immortal Palace's arrangement must have been disturbed. Then, the Immortal Palace will definitely send people to investigate the world. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge. Even our Dao sect does not have the strength to challenge the Immortal Palace. We can only avoid the sharp edge. Perhaps Master does not want to let them all go. It is fine to keep some. This old man understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile, then we will do as you have discussed. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the Black Bear spirit and asked, how is the mining of the Vitality Stone vein in the Black Wind Ridge? I will let Master know. When the Black Bear spirit heard the question about his work, he immediately puffed out his chest and said, in these years when Master was not here, the little three demons urged the boy to mine day and night. However, there are too many Vitality Stones in this vein. Until now, we have not dug out all of them. You stupid bear. Xiao Hua scolded with a smile. This old man is asking you how many Vitality Stones you have mined. You want to mine all of them, but do you have the ability to do so? Hee. As for how much we have mined, this little one does not know. I still have to ask Marshal Uncle Li. The Black Bear's spirit scratched his head and laughed. Xiao Hua waved his hand and stopped Li Xiang from speaking. He took out a Qianquan bag and handed it to the Black Bear spirit, saying, this is some spiritual fruit and spiritual wine. Take it and set up a banquet. Remember, this is for the guests who came from afar. Don't be anxious. Yes, this little one understands. The Black Bear's spirit took the Qianquan bag, bowed, and left. All right, there is no need to think too much. Xiao Hua stood up and said, fellow Taoist Li Xiong Yi, you two go out and entertain the guests. This old man will go out in a while. Lu Yi, you three come in with me. Xiong Yi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Li Xiang and smiled. He pulled his Taoist robe and walked out of the cave. Li Xiang walked 2 steps and seemed to think of something. He looked to his left and sent a voice transmission to Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi also sent a voice transmission in a low voice. The two of them walked further and further away. Not long after the two of them left, Xiao Hua brought Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei out of the inner cave. He naturally came to check on the cultivation progress of his 2 disciples. In the end, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei did not disappoint him. In just a few years' time, they had already cultivated to the upper 1st grade of Essence Force. This really made Xiao Hua speechless. He knew that this was undoubtedly due to the miraculous effect of his spiritual pills, and also because Li Xiang had personally taught them. The most important thing was the talent of his two disciples. The banquet at the Black Wind Ridge naturally would not disappoint the cultivators of the Dao sect. Spirit fruits and delicacies, toasting, and the rarely seen wine made Shui Mingzi and the others extremely surprised. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and the bonfire on the ground was bright. After a night of silence, Xiong Yi brought Li Xiang and stood respectfully outside Xiao Hua's cave. When Xiao Hua came out of the cave, the two of them hurriedly greeted him. Xiong Yi smiled and said, "Master, please follow your disciple to watch a good show today."
Oh?
Xiao Hua looked at Xiong Yi from top to bottom, wanting to ask something, but thinking about Xiong Yi's mysteriousness yesterday, he simply did not say anything. However, Xiong Yi did not need to say anything. Xiao Hua already vaguely knew that this good show might be related to Xiao Jian. Sure enough, the three of them flew up into the sky, heading towards the Jiang country that Xiao Hua had never been to before. Along the way, Xiong Yi would occasionally ask some questions about cultivation, but Li Xiang still had a pondering look on his face. It seemed like Xiong Yi's sound transmission yesterday did not help him solve his doubts. Xiao Hua had just returned. Although he had some understanding of Li Xiang's thoughts, there were still a lot of things to do, so he did not directly ask and only gave pointers to Xiong Yi's cultivation. The three of them were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Although they did not transform into rainbows, flying to the capital of Jiang country only took the time of a meal. Seeing a large city appear in the distance, Xiao Huan naturally released his spiritual will, and it was at this moment that Xiong Yi suddenly laughed. "Master, don't disturb them, or else we won't be able to see today's show."
Oh?
Xiao Hua frowned. He retracted his spiritual will and asked curiously, "Them?
Who are they?"
"Master, just follow me." Xiong Yi was still unwilling to speak and heard Xiao Hua shake his head in annoyance. Immediately after, Xiong Yi brought Xiao Hua and Li Xiang and did not directly fly into the capital of the Jiang country. Instead, they flew high into the sky, and when they were about 10 miles away from the capital of the Jiang country, they waved their hands and took out a magic treasure from their cosmos bag. Under the activation of their mana, the magic treasure turned into a pavilion. Chapter 3803. Master, Martial Uncle Li, please. Xiong Yi invited the two of them to ascend the pavilion, and then cast a spell. The pavilion was suffused with runes and clouds, and in a moment, it disappeared into the air. Xiao Hua sat in the pavilion and watched the clouds dance beneath his feet. He knew that Xiong Yi had hidden his tracks and was heading towards the capital of Jiang country. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. He really didn't know what Xiao Jian had done this time. The pavilion flew to the sky above the capital of Jiang country and stopped there. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "Master, do you still have spirit fruits and spirit wine?" Disciple did not have enough yesterday. Seeing that Disciple has worked so hard today, can you reward me with some? Hee, if you want it, there's plenty. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the jade table in the pavilion was filled with strange spirit fruits, all of which were not present at last night's banquet. When Xiao Hua took out a few more pots of spirit wine, the clear fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils, and it was even more fragrant than the spirit wine from last night. Li Xiang, who was originally silent, also unconsciously came back to his senses. Master really has a lot of collection. At this time, Xiong Yi was considered a junior, so he did not hold back. As he spoke, he reached out and took a spirit fruit and unceremoniously took a bite. When the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Xiong Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and the way he looked at Xiao Hua also changed. He almost lowered his voice and said, "Master, this spirit fruit of yours, how old is it?" "Eat yours. Who cares how old it is?" Xiao Hua smiled but did not say anything. He also picked up an oval-shaped spirit fruit and tasted it. This was something he had obtained at the bottom of the Saint River and was planted by Xiaogua. What a waste of resources. Xiaomi reached out and took a plate of spirit fruits and put them into his Qianquan bag. He actually shook his head and said, "This kind of thing. TSK, you're eating it like this." Sigh. Disciple won't say anymore. Li Xiang poured himself a cup of wine, squinted his eyes and drank it. He smacked his lips and poured another cup, but the mana around his body was slightly surging. It was obvious that he was refining the wine that had entered his stomach. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Li Xiang. "Fellow Daoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years. These are some medicinal pills which are quite useful for you to break through to the middle Yuanying stage." Li Xiang looked at the jade bottle and couldn't help but look at Xiongyi. Unfortunately, Xiongyi only cared about eating the spirit fruit and didn't pay any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiang smiled and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, I still have some things on my mind. Today's spirit pill. I ask Daoist Master to take it back first. It won't be too late to ask Daoist Master for it after I have made a decision."
All right.
Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take back the jade bottle, he said, "Fellow Daoist Li, please feel free to ask." At this moment, Xiaomi stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Master, Martial Uncle Li has worked hard. This disciple has also worked hard. Don't favor one and discriminate against the other." You're right, here you go." Xiaohua was very fond of Xiongyi's generosity and handed the jade bottle to Xiongyi without any hesitation. Xiongyi took it and scanned it with his divine perception. He exclaimed, "Master, is this a heart fusion pill?" In this disciple's impression, it seems to have been lost in the hidden immortal continent, and indeed. Xiaohua nodded. "Master recently had some fortuitous encounters and obtained the lost pill recipe. Therefore, I casually refined some, and you can try it." Not only the pill recipe, Master, the spirit grass. Forget it, disciple won't ask. With Master here, disciple doesn't have to worry about these things in the future. Xiongyi wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he was guarding against Li Xiang, an outsider. Seeing this, Li Xiang's brows furrowed even more, and the spirit wine in his hand was also cup after cup. Of course, Xiongyi knew what Li Xiang was thinking, but he didn't ask. He accompanied Xiaohua to talk about some recent situations and the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. After another hour, seeing that the sun was high in the sky, Xiongyi waved his hand, and a thin layer of silver-white brilliance appeared in the pavilion. A large villa appeared in the brilliance. As Xiongyi made a gesture, the brilliance moved above the villa like a mirror, and the scenery inside the villa could be seen clearly. This villa was a majestic place. Not only was it surrounded by water on all sides, it was also surrounded by mountains and beautiful trees. Moreover, in the corner of the villa, the various pavilions were equally beautiful. The pavilions were also hidden between the lakes and mountains. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua frowned. If this villa was in the wilderness, then it would be fine, but this was the capital of Jiang country, and there were actually mountains and ridges in this villa. What kind of extravagance was this? Li Xiang raised his head, looked at the villa, and said indifferently, "This is Qin Haoyue's residence in the Jiang country. It is called the National Master's Garden. Whenever he is not in the palace, he will cultivate here." Xiaohua smiled slightly. "Fellow Daoist Li, are you not cultivating here?" How can I compare to the #1 imperial advisor of the Jiang country? I have only been here once, and it was when I had just submitted to the Jiang country." Qin Haoyue, he is a little narrow-minded and doesn't like others looking at his things. Li Xiang took a sip of spirit wine and said self-deprecatingly. While the two of them were talking, Xiongyi's mirror light landed on the left side of the mountain ridge, as if the three of them were standing on top of the mountain ridge. At the same time, as Xiongyi's technique entered, there were actually some whistling sounds coming from the mirror.
Oh.
Xiaohua was surprised, and asked curiously, Xiongyi, your mirror technique can actually send sound over? Hee, master was wrong. Xiongyi laughed. Of course the mirror technique can't send sound over, but disciple has already received the news and placed some magical equipment here. So that's how it is. Xiaohua laughed. So this old man was thinking too much. But, on this mountain ridge, what kind of show is there to watch? Li Xiang was a little confused. When Li Xiang said this, Xiaohua was stunned again. He looked at Li Xiang and said, Fellow Taoist Li, don't tell me that even you don't know about this excitement. Of course I don't know. Li Xiang smiled bitterly. After fellow Taoist Xiong came, he was the one in charge, and I never asked. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I am not particularly proficient in these mundane affairs. Master, he's here. Xiongyi, who had been staring at the mirror, hurriedly pointed and shouted, Let's not talk. Disciple's technique is not necessarily reliable. Xiaohua nodded and looked up, only to see a skinny old man wearing a new Taoist robe flying over from the east side of the mountain range. On this old man's skinny face, 2 turbid eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. On his shriveled lips, 2 slightly white mustaches drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a mouse's tail. At this moment, the old man was pinching his mustache as he flew, and his face was filled with pride. Wasn't this old man Xiao Jian? Seeing Xiao Jian appear, Xiaohua was not surprised, but he felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Wasn't Xiao Jian's current appearance the same as the legendary scene of a villain intoxicated by success? This fellow's advancement is not bad either. He has actually recovered to the early stage of the Foundation establishment. Looking at Xiao Jian's flying speed, Xiaohua secretly cursed. What a pity. This old man's spirit pills are truly a waste. This is Yuanya? When Xiaohua's gaze landed on the west side of the mirror and saw the person's face clearly, he unconsciously felt a storm at his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He thought of Xiao Jian and at the same time, he thought of many people and even thought of Qin Xiaoyao. However, he had never been to the abyss. Xiaohua's gaze swept across Xiongyi and Xiongyi nodded at him, indicating that this was the show he wanted to watch. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He unconsciously straightened his body, pricked up his ears, and focused all his attention on the mirror. He really wanted to know what had happened in Jiang country in the years that he had not been here, and what had happened between Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Jian and Yuanya naturally didn't know that Xiaohua and the other 2 nascent soul realm cultivators were hiding in midair. Although Yuanya was standing on a green leopard, his attire was different from before. The black armor on his body seemed to fit him very well. There were faint traces of light on the armor, and within those traces, there were layers of blood. Clearly, Yuanya had killed countless generals of the Copper Pillar State. However, the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand did not change, the vigilance in his handsome eyes did not change, and the faint worry between his brows did not change either. It was as if that worry had been born since he saw Diawu, and it had become even more obvious today. Yeah? Without waiting for the green leopard to fly closer, Xiao Jian coldly called out, Do you want to go against your master? Yuanya urged the green leopard to land in front of Xiao Jian. He bowed and said, Master, this disciple is not going against Master. Master is forcing this disciple. How did this old man force you? Xiao Jian's tone was extremely cold. You were picked up by this old man from the arena. Your life was originally this old man's, and this old man doesn't want your life now. As long as you leave Jianghua, what kind of coercion is this? If you make this old man angry, I will take your life. Master. Yuanya was not angry, but his eyes narrowed. He said, You are forcing me to leave Jiang country, forcing me to leave Diawu. Are you not taking my life? Yeah. Xiao Jian spoke. This old man has heard your story at least 80 times, if not 100. The Jiawu you speak of is not the princess of Chongling. And didn't the princess of Chongling say it clearly? She has never been to the Xian Yao Dark Forest. Do not forget, she is the princess of Jiang country. How could she have ended up in the Xian Yao Dark Forest? You should wake up. All right, Yuanya bit his lips and nodded. Since the princess of Chongling does not admit that she is Diawu, this disciple will not think more. Actually, when Elder Xiao was still at Black Wind Ridge, this disciple had already said in front of him that I only treat Diawu as the princess of Chongling, that I can only protect her safety, let her recover her country, and get what she deserves. This disciple will not think otherwise. Master, it is rare, is this not enough? Why must you force this disciple to leave Jiang country? Chapter 3804. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he scolded, Yuanya, don't think this old man does not know what you are thinking. You are only interested in the identity of the Chongling princess and force the identity of Diawu onto the Chongling princess. You just want to use the Chongling princess to achieve your goals. Yuanya stilled slightly. He looked at Xiao Jian and said with a grimace, Master, do you not know this disciple's personality? This disciple was born in the Black Jade Dark Forest and has been with wolves since young. This disciple does not covet the worldly fame and wealth. This disciple only wants to protect the Chongling princess. A bastard child that even his parents disdain. A bastard child that grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts. You want to covet the Chongling princess? Xiao Jian snarled. This old man is really blind. How did I save you from the fighting arena that day? I should have let you die there. Hearing Xiao Jian's vicious words, Yuanya's eyes flashed with anger, but it disappeared in a moment. He lowered his head and said, no matter what Master says, this disciple was invited by Master to come today to ask Master to take back his orders and not chase this disciple out of Jiang country. When did this old man invite you? Xiao Jian sneered. I did not expect that after so many years in the mortal world, you know how to scheme? Don't tell me that you did not invite this old man today because you knew of that matter. You want to settle things with this old man. Now, in front of this old man, you are so wronged, as though this old man wants you to leave, to frame you. Master? Yuanya was slightly stunned, but Xiao Jian didn't allow him to say anything. He waved his hand and took out a red invitation card. He waved it in the air and said, this old man originally wanted to leave you some face and didn't want to tear apart our relationship as master and disciple. Since you do not want to leave and do not state the matter clearly and want to ruin this old man's plans, then this old man will not be polite. This is the invitation card for this old man's wedding with the Chongling princess. If you want to come 10 days later. What? Similarly, before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Yuanya's entire body trembled as he cried out in disbelief, you want to marry Diawu? Yuanya, you understand. This old man is marrying the Chongling princess, not Diawu. If this old man marries the Chongling princess, this old man will be the ruler of Jiang country. And the princess of Chongling is the queen of Jiang country. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand. The invitation flew towards Yuanya. However, just as the invitation flew out, Xiao Jian mocked, oh, this old man forgot. How could a bastard who grew up in the wilderness be literate? This invitation, you won't be able to understand it. Roar. Suddenly, Yuanya raised his head and let out a long roar. A ferocious aura surged from his body. His eyes were even more ferocious than those of a beast as he swept his gaze over Xiao Jian. The devil hammer in his left hand swung and hit the invitation card that was flying towards him. The thin invitation card was actually shattered by the demonic hammer, turning into broken butterflies, just like Yuanya's broken heart. I'm going to kill you. Yuanya looked at Xiao Jian and said word by word. His face was even more ferocious than a wild wolf's. Xiao Jian was startled when Yuanya's gaze swept over him. However, when he saw the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand, he smiled and said, what? Had he finally spoken his mind? Didn't you come with the demonic hammer today to end things with this old man? Actually, this old man really didn't want to tell you the news of my marriage with the princess of Chongling. However, you didn't leave. Then this old man can only end things with you. As he spoke, Xiao Jian slapped his hand. A magic artifact that looked like a plate appeared in his hand. As his power surged, the plate gave off a blue light. Whoever dares to steal my Diawu, I will take their life. The princess of Chongling had always been seen as Diawu by Yuanya. He had never thought of Diawu marrying someone else. Especially, he had never thought that his master would marry Diawu. At this moment, the ferocity that had been hidden for a long time completely erupted. He did not hide the killing intent in his heart. Kill. Yuanya urged the green leopard to charge at Xiao Jian with the demonic hammer. Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. Xiao Jian smiled coldly. He formed a seal with his hands, and a thin beam of light gushed out from the plate. Following Xiao Jian's seal, it was like a flying sword, stabbing toward Yuanya's heart. Seeing the pillar of light reach him, Yuanya swung the demonic hammer to meet it. However, just as the demonic hammer moved, Yuanya's arm trembled slightly, and he put the demonic hammer away. PFFF. The pillar of light pierced Yuanya's armor like a sword. The blood-stained armor could not block the pillar of light at all. It pierced right through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain and dyed the armor red. Master, you saved this disciple from the arena. This disciple will not retaliate against this attack. Take it as me returning a life to you. Yuanya's eyes were red as he stared at Xiao Jian. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still said each word clearly. Who wants you to return it? Xiao Jian was furious. This old man saved you because I wanted you to be my guard. Just like this old man picked up a dog on the street. As he spoke, another pillar of light rushed out from the magic tool. This time, it was twice as big as the previous one. Seeing the beam of light mercilessly heading towards his head, Yuanya stepped on the green leopard. The green leopard let out a low roar and charged forward. Pooh! Yuanya barely managed to dodge the beam of light, but the beam of light once again pierced his arm. With a light cracking sound, Yuanya's arm weakly drooped down, and at the same time, blood gushed out. Xiao Jian! Yuanya roared like a trapped beast. After you saved me from the arena, you accepted me as your disciple. Although you yourself know that you are not my real master, since you and I have a master-disciple relationship, then I can't retaliate against this attack. From now on, you and I are strangers. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya to not retaliate twice in a row. If he had known this earlier, why would he have used a feint? Wouldn't he have directly used the magic tool to kill Yuanya here? Xiao Hua was furious. He waved his hand, and the disc emitted a dazzling brilliance. The edge of the disc seemed to have a sharp blade. It drew an arc in the air and flew towards Yuanya's neck. Roar! Yuanya roared and waved the demonic hammer with one arm. A strong wind blew towards the disc. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The disc collided with the demonic hammer. Yuanya's body was sent flying by the huge impact. The green leopard also trembled. It hurriedly urged the demonic cloud to chase after Yuanya. One man and one beast flew for a few feet before Yuanya could regain his balance and land on the green leopard. Looking at his body, more blood flowed from the wounds that were not bandaged. Now it was all over his body and even dripped down his armor. Although Yuanya was in a sorry state, Xiao Jian was not much better. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya, who did not have any spiritual energy, to be able to use a normal hammer technique in battle to the point of perfection and easily hit his magic tool. He also did not expect Yuanya's strength to be strong enough to compete with his own spiritual energy. Therefore, when the magic tool was hit by the demonic hammer, the spiritual energy in the magic tool backfired. Xiao Jian's body trembled rapidly, and the not-so-pure true essence in his meridians was somewhat scattered. Kill! Xiao Jian urged his true essence and endured the slight tearing pain in his meridians. He raised his hand and pointed. Woo-woo! The disc-shaped magic tool let out a whimper and flew up like a sneak attack. It opened its poisonous fangs and flew towards the green leopard under Yuanya. Roar. The green leopard was shocked. It let out a low roar and hurriedly dodged. It even spat out a mouthful of demonic qi to block the magic tool. Wang. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand, and the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator smashed towards Yuanya and the green leopard like a mountain. Seeing that Xiao Jian was bullying the weak and actually using his pressure, Xiao Hua, who was in the pavilion, was furious. He cursed loudly and was about to move. Master? Xiong Yi hurriedly stopped him. This is a grudge between Yuanya and Xiao Jian. Outsiders cannot interfere. AI, indeed. Xiao Hua sighed. These two people can be considered to be my benefactor. Although Xiao Jian is narrow-minded, I cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. Master, don't worry. With disciple here, how could Yuanya be in danger? Xiaomi laughed. While they were talking, there was another change on the mountain ridge. The pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator was pressing down on Yuanya. Even Yuanya's usually straight waist was bent. However, Yuanya's body trembled. Puff puff. His armor was completely broken. As blood fell into the air, Yuanya waved his arm. The muscles on his body were like a horned dragon. An indescribable ferocious qi rushed out from his muscles and directly resisted the pressure. At the same time, with a roar, the devil hammer in his hand struck towards the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil hammer carried the aura of a vicious beast and collided with Yuanya's pressure. It was as if two magic tools had collided, setting off a huge wave of air. Ah! Xiao Jian screamed. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Moreover, his new Taoist robe was also torn apart. Amidst the loud sound, there was another muffled sound. The demonic qi that the green leopard spat out was actually unable to completely block Xiao Jian's magic tool. The magic tool's sharp teeth slashed across the green leopard's front paws. The green leopard roared a few times and quickly fell down. This Xiao Jian is really too insidious. Xiong Yi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but curse. This bastard not only used his pressure, he also wanted to injure Yuanya's mount. Without a mount, how can Yuanya fight with Xiao Jian? Unfortunately, Xiong Yi still underestimated Xiao Jian's viciousness. Seeing the magic tool injure the green leopard, Yuanya was also injured in the fight against the pressure. He had no choice but to fall down with the green leopard. Xiao Jian laughed sinisterly again. Yuanya, aren't you always thinking about Xiao Hua? Today, I'll let you die under Xiao Hua's talisman. As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand, and 2 fire talismans flew out from his hand. They flew like lightning towards Yuanya. When they were a few zhang away from Yuanya, boom, they turned into 2 fireballs and attacked Yuanya from the front and back. Chapter 38:05. Where did this guy get the fire talisman from? Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense, preparing to use the divine sense hammer to block the fire talisman. He clearly knew that with Yuanya's strength, it was impossible for him to block the fire talisman he refined. However, just as he released his divine sense, Yuanya's figure unexpectedly flew out of the fire talisman. Yuanya's wolf-like figure skillfully stepped on Xiao Hua's familiar footwork, dodging left and right amidst the explosive fire talisman. Big Dipper magical fist?
Xiao Hua was dumbfounded.
Wasn't Yuanya's movement in the fire the Big Dipper magical fist he usually practiced? How do you know how to fly? Seeing Yuanya jump in the air with the help of the impact of the fire talisman, Yuanya turned pale with fright. In particular, Yuanya was born in the forest, so his figure was extremely agile. In a moment, he was already close to Xiao Jian. Die. Since Yuanya had severed all ties with Xiao Jian, he would not be merciful. With a cold snort, he curled up his body and rushed towards Xiao Jian like a meteor with the help of the final explosion of the fire talisman. He waved the demonic hammer in his hand again, aiming for Xiao Jian's chest. Oh, so you don't know how to fly at all. Yuanya's last attack revealed his strength. Contempt once again appeared in Xiao Jian's eyes. After all, facing Yuanya, who did not have the ability to fly, Xiao Jian was in an invincible position from the beginning. Seeing the demonic hammer coming, Xiao Jian cast a spell with both hands. Rays of light appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Jian like a shield. Then he moved his body and prepared to put some distance between him and Yuanya. Pa pa pa! The demonic hammer rushed over and effortlessly broke Xiao Jian's spell, causing Xiao Jian to be shocked. Damn it! When did this brat become so strong? No wonder he has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield these past few years. Even this old man has a headache when facing him, let alone ordinary people. Just as Xiao Jian was shocked, Yuanya's figure began to stagnate and began to fall. Xiao Jian's mouth curled into a sneer. His figure stopped and he took a deep breath. The true essence in his meridians surged. His hands formed a spell, and dozens of tiny ice spikes slowly formed in his hands. The ice spikes flashed with a blue brilliance. Die. Xiao Jian's hands were about to wave as he grinned evilly. At the same time, Yuanya roared, Die. This sound was so loud that it caused Xiao Jian's body to tremble and the magic power he was using to slow down slightly. It was also at this moment that Yuanya's body suddenly flew up from the ground. He gathered all the strength in his body on one arm, and the demonic hammer in his hand smashed towards Xiao Jian's chest like a meteor. Ah! Xiao Jian turned pale with fright, because this time, Yuanya was really flying. Moreover, he was extremely close to Yuanya. When the demonic hammer struck, that suffocating force had already pressed down on his chest. Xiao Jian cried out in alarm. Seeing that it was not easy for him to dodge the demonic hammer, and that Yuanya was already in front of the icicle, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. As he tried his best to dodge, the icicle in his hand shot out. Pooh! The demonic hammer hit Xiao Jian's left chest. With a muffled sound, his entire collarbone and arm immediately collapsed. Xiao Jian was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At the same time, poo pew pew, several thin sounds rang out. Half of the dozen icicles nailed into Yuanya's body. Some of the icicles pierced through his body, while others pierced deeply into his flesh. Yuanya was already losing some blood. At this moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky. Humph. Xiao Jian forcefully endured the pain. His uninjured hand touched the small chinquan bag. This small chinquan bag contained the elixir refined by Xiaohua. Xiao Jian understood that as long as he took the elixir, his life would not be in danger. However, just as he touched the small chinquan bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Following that, a layer of death aura flashed across his face. Xiao Jian did not even make a sound as his entire body fell from the sky after Yuanya. Roar! On the mountain ridge, the green leopard, whose flesh had been torn apart by the fire talisman, let out a low roar. It flew into the air and barely managed to catch Yuanya before slowly descending. When Yuanya came down from the green leopard's body, pooh! Xiao Jian's corpse and the demonic hammer also fell, falling right in front of Yuanya. Yuanya's body was covered in blood. The blood red in his eyes had already faded. He stared at Xiao Jian for a moment, then bent down and picked up the demonic hammer with difficulty. Finally, he looked at Xiao Jian, who seemed to have died with his eyes wide open. With each step, he left behind a trail of blood as he slowly walked down the mountain ridge. Kill him, quick, kill him. Just as Xiao Jian walked down the mountain ridge, a group of people suddenly rushed over from below the mountain ridge. The first was a middle-aged man, holding a flying sword in his hand. He shouted, Yuanya actually dared to kill Prince Xiao. He is going to rebel against Jiang country. We must tear him into 10,000 pieces. Lu Bingzhen, do you want to kill me? Yuanya's vision was a little blurry as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently, "That's right, Prince Xiao is the king of my Jiang country and also my savior. If you kill Prince Xiao, you'll be going against my Jiang country and you'll be a traitor. Naturally, I will take revenge for Prince Xiao." Lu Bingjin shouted, "However, since you are seriously injured, I will not make things difficult for you. Let my subordinates take your life." "Haha, who dares to kill me?" Yuanya stood there, and after laughing, he suddenly roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone, and no one dared to make a move. "Who dares to kill me?" Yuanya waved his magic hammer again and shouted loudly. This unparalleled aura was truly terrifying, and no one dared to speak. "Who dares to kill me?" Although Yuanya shouted once again, his voice shaking the mountain ridge, his body was already swaying. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, and behind him, a trail of blood followed his feet all the way to the top of the mountain ridge. Pfft. Although no one dared to reply, Yuanya's body also fell to the ground after the magic hammer powerlessly fell. This. Lu Bingjin looked at Yuanya, who had fallen to the ground and hesitated. At this time, behind Lu Bingjin and the others, dozens of Dao soldiers flew over in a hurry, but the person in front of them was Qin Xiaoyao. "How dare you, Lu Bingjin?" Seeing Yuanya's miserable state, Qin Xiaoyao was enraged and shouted, "You dare to injure my Jiang country's great general?" Senior brother Qin. Seeing Qin Xiaoyao flying over, Lu Bingjin anxiously retreated a few meters and shouted, "General Yuanya was not injured by me. He was injured by fighting with the town king." "What? Town kings?" Qin Xiaoyao was even more shocked. He raised his head to look at the source of the blood, and when he saw Xiao Jian's corpse, Qin Xiaoyao's face turned pale white. He did not even think of releasing his spiritual will, and flew towards the mountain ridge. When Qin Xiaoyao landed on the ground and inspected the corpse, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jian was indeed deader than dead. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the place where Yuanya had fainted. He didn't know what to do. In the blink of an eye, the town king was killed, and the great general fainted. The princess's imperial decree has arrived. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss, a sharp voice came from afar. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and a female official dressed in palace attire came over with an imperial decree in her hand. Qin Xiaoyao and the others did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed, only to see the female official jumping down from her horse, opening up the imperial decree. "Xiao Jian, Yuanya barged into the imperial tutor's garden to duel, and injured the national body of my Jiang country." "Yes." Lu Bingjin bowed and stepped forward, preparing to receive the imperial decree.
Die.
Diawu. Yuanya quickly woke up and stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were wide open, and looking at the imperial decree, he said softly, "Are you going to kill me?" "This is a fake imperial decree." Qin Xiaoyao roared, "The Chongling princess will definitely not give such an imperial decree. Disciples, take this person down and follow me to see the princess."
"How dare you?"
The female official shouted, and handed the imperial decree to Qin Xiaoyao with both hands and shouted, "General Qin, take a look yourself. Is this handwriting and the national seal fake?" Qin Xiaoyao took it and looked at it carefully. With a shake of his hand, the imperial decree landed in the dust, and he sneered, "Even if the handwriting and the national seal are not fake, then I, Qin, do not believe that this is the imperial decree of the princess." "Are you rebelling?" The female official screamed. "Where are the imperial guards?" "They are." Suddenly, there was a loud voice behind everyone, and they saw rows of Dao soldiers holding Zhu immortal crossbows and god-killing bows, surrounding Qin Xiaoyao and the others in the center. "Damn it!" Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Looking at Granny Ji behind the Dao soldiers, he seemed to understand something. "All of you, surrender yourselves." Granny Ji said coldly, "This is the princess's decree." "You have disobeyed the imperial decree and committed a great mistake. If you obey the imperial decree, this old one can still protect General Qin from death. Haha, Granny Ji, who gave you the courage to do that? Are you not afraid that Li Shishi will know about this and come from Blackwind Ridge? Are you not afraid that Xiao Zhenren will come back from Yaotai Mountain? Haha, you're the one who is bold. Granny Ji sneered. Blackwind Ridge has been besieged by Confucian cultivators for many years. Does Li Shishi have the time to come to Jiang country? Xiao Hua's cultivation is strong, but he went to Yaotai Mountain and did not come back. Did you not hear the blood on Yaotai Mountain? He has not come back yet. Do you think he can still come back? Disciples. Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand. I have previously betrayed Jiang country and have been trying my best to make up for my mistakes. Now it is just like the old saying, the bow is hidden after the birds are gone, and the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit. Xiao Jian and Yuanya have great achievements, and they have already fallen into their trap. What are we waiting for? Kill. The Fortune Gate disciples behind Qin Xiaoyao shouted loudly, ready to rush out. Get ready. Granny Ji's face was cold, and she raised her hand, about to give the order. Who said this old man can't come to Jiang country? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the air, and Li Shishi's figure came from the distance. Li? Spiritual Master Li? Granny Ji was shocked, but her panic only lasted for a moment. Chapter 3806.
What?
This old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country now, but you have such a big move without discussing it with this old man? Li Xiang looked in the direction of Granny Ji, but his gaze went past Granny Ji and the Dao soldiers to a pavilion in the distance. Don't you think so, Princess of Chongling? Diawu, Diawu. Yuanya, who was on the verge of collapse, looked ashen at the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao saw Li Xiang come over, first stilled, then was overjoyed. He hurried to Yuanya's side, supported him, and took out a pill for him to take. But Yuanya waved his hand, and the pill fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pavilion, as though he had died with a grievance. As expected, the Chongling princess slowly flew out of the pavilion, her face solemn and dignified. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Bingjin and the others hurriedly bowed, while Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly, motionless. Zhenren Li. The Chongling princess did not fly close, and said from a distance, This is the internal affairs of Jiang country. Zhenren is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Please do not interfere. Of course this old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Li Xiang nodded. But this old man was entrusted by Zhenren Xiao to guard Blackwind Ridge and help you build Jiang country. This old man has the right to ask you, Haraha, Zhenren Xiao wants to help my Jiang country restore? This is a joke. The Chongling princess laughed to the sky. Previously, Aijia did not understand people's hearts and only felt that everyone was good, especially Zhenren Xiao, who saved Aijia in danger. Aijia entrusted everything to Zhenren Xiao and the great wish of restoring the country to Zhenren Xiao. But look, Zhenren Li, do you know what kind of person Zhenren Xiao Sen Aijia is? This Xiao Jian forced Aijia to marry him. Isn't it because he covets the throne of Jiang country? And for the throne, he fought with his own disciple. Look at this General Yuanya. When he saw Aijia, he called Aijia his Diawu. If Aijia was not the princess of Chongling, would he do this? Would he make such a moving story? Diawu, do you really think so? Yuanya's body swayed as he spoke with difficulty. There were tears of blood in his eyes. But the Chongling princess ignored him and said to Li Xiang, Since Aijia has said so much, I am not afraid to say more. Zhenren Li is an open and above-board person. He has kept Zhenren Xiao's trust. But have you ever thought about whether Zhenren Xiao really wants to restore my country? Oh, why can't he? Li Xiang frowned, puzzled. If he doesn't want to, why would he do so much for you? Taoist Master Xiao is only pretending to establish a country for my Jiang country. In reality, he wants to establish his own Xiao country. The Chongling princess said coldly, How is that possible? Li Xiang was really surprised. Jinren Li, listen to me, the Chongling princess said with a smile. That day on Black Wind Ridge, when Xiao Hua killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, he said, Xiao is the beginning. Jinren Li, tell me, what is Xiao Shishir? Wasn't it just to establish the Xiao Empire? This is one. Jinren Xiao established the Fortune Gate at Black Wind Ridge. Isn't he going against my Jiang country's royal family? The previous imperial preceptor never established his own sect, right? This is the second. Jinren Xiao not only established the Fortune Gate, but also forbade the disciples of the Fortune Gate from entering politics. Isn't he just trying to separate his disciples from the Jiang country's imperial preceptor and take over my Jiang country's royal family? This is the third. Jinren Xiao said that he did not take my Jiang country's offerings, then what benefits does he get from helping Aijia restore my country? If Jinren Li thinks carefully, doesn't Jinren Xiao want to use Aijia as an excuse to first use Jiang country and then establish Xiao country? This is the fourth. There is also the fifth. Since Jinren Xiao took the Copper Pillar State's 5-dragon jade seal, he should give it to Aijia to manage and use. Why didn't he take it out? Isn't it because he wants to establish his own country? There is a sixth. Li Xiang asked with interest. Of course. The Chongling princess gritted her teeth and said, it has been several years since the Jade Pavilion meeting. If Jinren Xiao took the imperial preceptor's lot, why hasn't he returned? My Jiang country has not been able to establish a country because we are waiting for the imperial preceptor's lot. If Jinren Xiao does not have any other intentions, Aijia will be the first to not believe it. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Jinren Xiao has done so much for you. If he listens to you, he will be disappointed. Even this Li feels it is not worth it for Jinren Xiao. Fine, since we do not agree, then this Li will not say more. Today, Her Highness the Princess has issued an imperial decree. This Li and Jiang country have broken all ties. Since Jinren Li has come to Jiang country, do not leave for now. The Chongling princess smiled slightly. Aijia still has a place to borrow. Jinren Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Chongling princess. He asked in disbelief, "No, you still have designs on the energy stone mines of Black Wind Ridge." What? That belongs to my Jiang country. Is it wrong for Aijia to take it back? The Chongling princess asked. Haha, Chongling princess. You are too greedy. Do you know what you are saying? This old man really does not know what basis you have to dare to say this to this old man. Li Xiang roared with laughter. Of course a Chongling princess does not dare to say it, but this king can say it. Just as Li Xiang was laughing, another middle-aged man walked out of the pavilion that the Chongling princess had flown out of. This middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown and a 3-clawed gold dragon king robe. His slender figure looked like jade, graceful and noble. This person flew out of the pavilion and slowly flew towards the Chongling princess on a cloud, his face indifferent. Hai Tian? When did your Jia Sa country come to Jiang country to join in the fun? When Li Xiang saw this man, his expression was shocked. He had not thought that the Jia Sa country would interfere. Yes, this person was Hai Tian, Prince of Jia Sa, the one that Xiao Hua had seen at the secret auction. What is strange about this king's appearance? Hai Tian smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, making people involuntarily submit to him. The so-called Jiang country has yet to be established, and this capital city is a city without a master. This king came to take a look. It won't hinder anyone, right? It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Actually, at this time, how could he not know that the twists and turns were all caused by the Jia Sa country? Haha, fellow immortal Li is right. Hai Tian laughed. It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Since you're here and you're in the way, then it's best not to go back. Li Xiang nodded. Prince Hai Tian clearly wants to interfere in the matters of Jiang country, and clearly has the intention to get involved in Black Wind Ridge. Of course, of course. Hai Tian did not hesitate to reveal his ambition. This king has always wanted to see the strength of Black Wind Ridge, but the tortoise-shell formation of Black Wind Ridge is really powerful. This king knows that he does not have the ability to break that formation. Since fellow Immortal Li has come today, then don't go back. Li Xiang laughed. I understand. All of this. It was all bait, just to lure me into it. So, I am the big fish that the prince wants to catch. Yes, in the entire country of Jiang, only fellow Immortal Li is worthy of my attention. Otherwise, how could I come here personally? Hai Tian nodded and replied, You want to capture me with just your strength? Li Xiang sneered, Aren't you afraid of a life-and-death struggle? This king naturally doesn't need to worry before the destruction of Jiang country. Hai Tian rubbed his nose. His posture was very carefree, but the current me is far from the Hai Tian that fellow Immortal Li has seen before. As he spoke, Hai Tian's body flashed with Buddhist light, and streams of mind power surged from his body. As Hai Tian formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, a Buddhist protector's Vajra image slowly appeared on the surface of Hai Tian's body. Sensing Hai Tian's Buddhist protector's divine ability, Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. He understood in his heart that with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, he really wasn't a match for Hai Tian. Fellow Immortal Li. Hai Tian raised his neck and said, This king still advises you, don't tear your face too much. Your Li country and my Jia Sa country can be considered allies in the early years and have long since had some feelings of incense. If you are willing to submit, this king doesn't mind speaking in front of my Jia Sa country's king. Huh? Not waiting for Hai Tian to finish speaking, a sneer came from about 10 zhang to Li Xiang's right. Amidst the runes in the air, Xiao Hua's figure gradually appeared. So what if we tear apart all our faces? What? Hai Tian, are you going to bite me? Taoist Master Xiao. Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, Qin Xiaoyao's face lit up. When Xiao Hua's figure appeared, he couldn't help but shout, Taoist Master is back. Taoist Master Xiao is back. Taoist Master Xiao is back. The hearts and livers of the Fortune Gate's disciples had been tormented several times and were somewhat numb. Now that they had come back from death's door, seeing Xiao Hua return, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the previously indifferent Chongling princess and the indifferent Granny Ji's faces instantly changed. Yuanya. As soon as Xiao Hua appeared, other than saying this to Hai Tian, he opened his mouth and scolded, You useless thing. Hurry up and take the pill. Your grandmother, haven't you heard of that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea. You are the dignified descendant of the Wolf King from the Wolf Valley. How can you be bewitched by this vulgar and beautiful woman of the secular world? You are just the daughter of a fallen country's king. What is so great about you? In the future, this old man will find you an immortal palace made. Taoist Master. Yuanya, who had been robbed by the ruthless secular and cold profiteer, couldn't help but cry out when he heard Xiao Hua's scolding, which was more warm than any kind of warm words. It seemed that blood-red tears flowed from his eyes that had never shed tears before. Taoist Master said, Yeah, quickly take the pill. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly sent the pill to Yuanya's mouth. This was personally refined by Taoist Master. Chapter 38:07. The stubborn Yuanya was now as obedient as a 3-year-old child. After taking the pill, his body, which was barely holding on, went limp and fell on Qin Xiaoyao's body. Ha 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 ha, wonderful, wonderful. Hai Tian didn't seem to be angry at Xiao Hua's words, nor was he surprised by the Fortune Gate disciples' cheers. He only laughed and clapped his hands, his voice echoing in the air like a giant. This old man thought I'd caught a big fish. I didn't expect Taoist Xiao to walk right into my trap. This king is really happy. Daoist Xiao, we meet again. Do you know how much effort this king has spent to find your whereabouts? This old man is not Fairy Xiangfeng. I'm not interested in men. Xiao Hua curled his lips. If you want to find her, this old man will give you a communication talisman. Fairy Xiangfeng? Hai Tian was stunned, as if he didn't understand, but he didn't care, and laughed. This king is very curious. Xiao Hua. That day at the secret auction, this king saw you with the 100 Flowers Valley's princess. At that time, your cultivation seemed very ordinary. How come after the secret auction, you met the light beast, and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds? Could it be that the 1,000 Demons Sacred Ground really has a demon fruit that can increase the cultivation of human cultivators? Why should this old man tell you? If you want, you can kneel and lick the light beast. Xiao Hua stroked his chin, looked at Hai Tian with a smile, and asked with interest, this old man has already appeared. You're actually not afraid at all. Could it be that you still have a backup plan? Hee, you actually saw through it. Hai Tian laughed. This king wanted to give you a surprise, but since you don't like surprises, I'll let you see now. As he spoke, a series of Buddhist chants sounded in the air. Amitabha. 4 old monks in monks' robes flew over with Buddhist weapons in their hands. Each of the old monks' bodies flashed with a strong Buddhist light. Hiss! Xiao Hua sent an emoji of sucking in a breath of cold air as he exclaimed in astonishment. When did the Jia Sa country have 4 4th-level elemental power? State preceptors? Haha, ignorant fools. Hai Tian laughed and mocked. How can a barren mountain like you know the foundation of my Jia Sa country? It's fine if you lied to Chongling and Li Xiang, but you dare to show off in front of my Jia Sa country? You dare to go to Yaotai Mountain with your little cultivation? In this king's opinion, you're hiding on the side cultivating? Damn. When did this old man lie? Xiao Hua was speechless. Looking at Hai Tian, he said, this old man killed Leng Qingge at Black Mountain and forced Yan Jijin was all fake? Do you think this old man doesn't even have the courage to go to Yaotai Mountain? Bronze Pillar State is nothing. Hai Tian sneered. A tiny country of Confucian cultivators was actually forced into a mess by a rogue Daoist cultivator. Jiang. Ya. At this time, this king will not hide it from you. If you had not interfered at Black Mountain, Chongling would not have been able to charge into my Jia Sa country's territory. Otherwise, my Jia Sa country would have destroyed Tongzhou long ago. Ha. Suddenly, Xiao Hua seemed to think of something and laughed. Chongling? Hai Tian, don't you feel you are too close? Do you have some secret you are hiding? Is the baby girl that was lost in the Xianyao dark forest decades ago not the daughter of the king of Jiang country? Hai Tian stilled slightly, a hint of shock in his eyes. Yeah, Xiao Hua said with a smile. This old man will tell you. The baby girl you adopted in the Xianyao dark forest is this Chongling princess in front of you. However, she is not some princess of Jiang country. That princess of Jiang country must have died in the hands of Jia Sa country long ago, and she is just a fake. As to why she was placed in the Xianyao dark forest, I think he was afraid there was a problem with her bloodline, so he wanted to use beast poison to cover it up. Coincidentally, you saved her from the side. This was out of the calculations of this prince of Tongzhou. However, your appearance allowed his scheme to flow more smoothly, and the king of Jiang country could not see any traces. As to the fake Chongling princess's Granny Ji, if I am not wrong, she is the culprit who stole the real Chongling princess back then, and a member of the Buddhist sect of Jia Sa country. Granny Ji, what do you think of this old man's guess? When Granny Ji escaped from danger at Black Mountain Range, she once called Amitabha. You must have forgotten. In the distance, Granny Ji's expression changed slightly, but she still did not speak. Oh, and that's Sun. Yeah, quickly throw it away. In this old man's opinion, if it is not a token Hai Tian used to find the Chongling princess, then it is a token he will use when he goes deep into Jiang country to save the Chongling princess. but you took it away, and he miscalculated. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuanya took out the sun with trembling hands. He looked deeply at the woman he had raised in the distance. As though he had abandoned everything in his heart, he casually threw it on the ground. This world had hurt him too deeply. Also, Hai Tian, I think that when the Chongling princess met this old man, she did not know of her past. Xiaohua turned to look at Hai Tian and asked. When she heard Yuanya's question, she went back to ask Granny Ji. Granny Ji then told her the reason. However, this old man is curious. Even if the Chongling princess knew of her past, there was this old man and Black Mountain Range. Even if she did not admit it, she could still be the ruler of a country. Why did she have to listen to your arrangements? Hai Tian smiled. He pointed at the sun on the ground and said, that sun is Benwang's beloved item. It was given to Benwang's beloved consort. Oh, the ancients say, one cannot trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. The Grand Prince is really willing to let his child experience life and death. Xiao Hua immediately realized, but then he sneered. This kind of lie is enough to fool a child. Now that you mention it, you really underestimate our experience. Since you are Benwang's descendant, if you do not contribute, how can you enjoy the honor of a country? Hai Tian did not mind Xiao Hua's provocation. People like Xiao Jian who only want to take advantage by scheming will all become bubbles in the end. Xiong Yi, is this something you can think of? Suddenly, Xiao Hua shouted into the air. Ah! Hai Tian was shocked and looked in that direction in disbelief. There was a flash of light, and Xiong Yi's figure appeared. When he saw that Xiong Yi was only in the early stage of yuanying, Hai Tian sighed in relief. Master, this disciple really did not think of it. Xiong Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This disciple only noticed Xiao Jian's movements and knew that he coveted the Chongling princess and wanted to kill Yuanya. But this disciple really did not think that there was such a great hand behind the scenes. Otherwise, this disciple would not have invited Master and Li Shishu to come and watch the show. Hearing Xiong Yi's words, Hai Tian was even more shocked. Xiong Yi not only called Xiao Hua Master, but also said that other than Xiao Hua and the other two yuanying, Black Wind Ridge, seemed to have other yuanying cultivators. Also, Xiong Yi had time to go to Black Wind Ridge to ask for reinforcements, but Xiao Hua did not let him go. Either someone had already returned, or Xiao Hua had the intent to kill. Of course, no matter what, this was somewhat out of Hai Tian's control. How could Hai Tian allow such a thing to happen? He roared, "Kill!" His body expanded again. With a wave of his hand, a crescent shovel appeared in his hand. Buddhist clouds formed under his feet as he attacked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered and shouted, "Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, you and the others block the old monk in the east." "Yes, master," Xiong Yi responded. He clapped his hands and used the hand of yuanying, grabbing at the old monk out of thin air. Xiong Yi moved. Li Xiang did not dare to be negligent. Seeing Xiong Yi use the hand of yuanying, he hesitated slightly and also waved his hand. An arm several zhang long rushed out of his Taoist robe and grabbed at the old monk with Xiong Yi. Amitabha Buddha, the old monk's expression did not change at all. He only chanted the name of Buddha and waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. The Buddhist light around his body flashed and turned into a demon-subduing Buddha. Thousands of chanting sounds rose and met the two Taoist yuanying hands. Looking at Xiao Hua again, after instructing Xiong Yi and Li Xiang, he held the wishful staff in his hand and smashed at Hai Tian's crescent shovel like lightning. Hai Tian had already seen Xiao Hua's amazing divine power. Now, he did not dare to be negligent. He urged his telekinesis, and a faint sky dragon and white elephant were born on the crescent shovel. It was as if there was really the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, roaring and rushing to Xiao Hua. Clang! The two murderous weapons collided with a deafening sound. Hai Tian felt an unparalleled force coming from the crescent moon shovel. The celestial dragon and the white elephant in the light of Buddha were annihilated in an instant. His arms were numb, and his body flew backward involuntarily. The force rushed into his golden body of Buddha, and his entire golden body trembled rapidly, almost collapsing. Grandma, this guy is really powerful, no wonder. Hai Tian was shocked and hurriedly tried to stabilize his golden body, but when he looked up at Xiaohua, the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. Because Xiaohua's figure had not transformed into a golden body before, at the moment when the wishful staff and the crescent moon shovel collided, Xiaohua's figure actually borrowed the force to fly upside down. Like a bullet, he rushed to the left side of Hai Tian in a hurry. Just as Hai Tian was looking at him, Xiaohua waved his arms. With a roar, his Transcendence golden body appeared. Invisible star power surged into his Transcendence golden body, and the Transcendence golden body was instantly dozens of feet tall. It was more than twice the size of the old monk's Buddha statue. Moreover, the previously inconspicuous wishful staff had now turned into dozens of feet and was heavier than a mountain as it smashed towards the old monk. Junior brother, don't worry, this old monk will help you. Hai Tian was surprised, and the old monks were even more surprised. The old monk closest to the old monk hurriedly shouted and waved his hand. A Buddhist staff turned into a dragon and roared towards Xiaohua. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.